Blood of the Fold, The Sword of Truth, Book 3, by Terry Goodkind. Read by Nick Sullivan. This book contains 464 pages. Chapter 1. At the exact same instant, the 6 women suddenly awoke, the lingering sound of their screams echoing around the cramped officer's cabin. In the darkness, Sister Ulyssia could hear the others gasping to catch their breath. She swallowed, trying to slow her own panting, and immediately winced at the raw pain in her throat. She could feel wetness on her eyelids, but her lips were so dry she had to lick them for fear they would crack and bleed. Someone was banging on the door. She was aware of his shouts only as a dull drone in her head. She didn't bother trying to focus on the words or their meaning. The man was inconsequential. Lifting a trembling hand toward the center of the coal-black quarters, she released a flow of her Han, the essence of life and spirit, directing a point of heat into the oil lamp she knew to be hanging on the low beam. Its wick obediently sprang to flame, releasing a sinuous line of soot that traced the lamp's slow to-and-fro sway as the ship rolled in the sea. The other women, all of them naked as she was, were sitting up as well, their eyes fixed on the feeble yellow glow as if seeking from it salvation, or perhaps reassurance that they were still alive, and there was light to be seen. A tear rolled down Ulyssia's cheek, too, at the sight of the flame. The blackness had been suffocating, like a great weight of damp black earth shoveled over her. Her bedding was sodden and cold with sweat, but even without the sweat, everything was always wet in the salt air, to say nothing of the spray that sporadically drenched the deck and trickled into everything below. She couldn't remember what it was like to feel dry clothes or bedding against her. She hated this ship, its interminable damp, its foul smells, and the constant rolling and pitching that turned her stomach. At least she was alive to hate the ship. Gingerly, she swallowed back the taste of bile. Ulyssia wiped her fingers at the warm wetness over her eyes and held out her hand. Her fingertips glistened with blood. As if emboldened by her example, some of the others cautiously did the same. Each of them had bloody scratches on their eyelids, eyebrows, and cheeks from trying desperately, but futilely, to claw their eyes open, to wake themselves from the snare of sleep in a vain attempt to escape the dream that was not a dream. Ulyssia struggled to clear the fog from her mind. It must have been a simple nightmare. She forced herself to look away from the flame at the other women. Sister Tovey, hunched in a lower bunk opposite, the thick rolls of flesh at her side seeming to sag in sympathy with the morose expression on her wrinkled face as she watched the lamp. Sister Cecilia's habitually tidy curly gray hair stood out in disarray, her incessant smile replaced by an ashen mask of fear as she stared up from the lower bunk next to Tovey. Leaning forward a bit, Ulyssia glanced at the bunk above. Sister Armina, not nearly as old as Tovey or Cecilia, but closer to Ulyssia's age, and still attractive, appeared haggard. With shaking fingers, the usually staid Armina wiped the blood from her eyelids. Across the confining walkway in the bunks above Tovey and Cecilia sat the 2 youngest and most self-possessed sisters. Ragged scratches marred the flawless skin of Sister Nietzsche's cheeks. Strands of her blonde hair stuck to the tears, sweat and blood on her face. Sister Marissa, equally beautiful, clutched a blanket to her naked breast, not in modesty but in shuddering dread. Her long dark hair was a tangled mat. The others were older, and adeptly wielded power tempered in the forge of experience, but both Nietzsche and Marissa were possessed of rare innate dark talents, a deft touch that no amount of experience could invoke. Astute beyond their years, neither was beguiled by Cecilia or Tovey's kindly smiles or gentle affectations. Though young and self-assured, they both knew that Cecilia, Tovey, Armina, and especially Ulyssia herself, were capable of taking them both apart piece by piece if they so chose. Still, that did not diminish their mastery. In their own right, they were 2 of the most formidable women ever to have drawn breath. But it was for their singular resolve to prevail that the keeper had selected them. Seeing these women she knew so well in such a state was unnerving, but it was the sight of Marissa's unbridled terror that really shook Ulyssia. She had never known a sister as composed, as unemotional, as implacable, as merciless as Marissa. Sister Marissa had a heart of black ice. Ulyssia had known Marissa for close to 170 years, and in all that time she could not recall having ever seen her cry. She was sobbing now. Sister Ulyssia drew strength from seeing the others in a condition of such abject weakness, and in fact it pleased her. She was their leader and stronger than they. The man was still banging at the door, wanting to know what the trouble was, what the screaming was all about. She unleashed her anger toward the door. "Leave us! If you are needed, you will be summoned." The sailor's muffled curses faded away as he retreated down the passageway. The only sound other than the creak of timbers as the ship yawed when struck abeam by a heavy sea was the sobbing. "Stop your sniveling, Marissa," Ulyssia snapped. Marissa's dark eyes, still glazed with fear, focused on her. "It's never been like that before." Tovey and Cecilia nodded their agreement. "I've done his bidding. Why has he done this? I have not failed him." "Had we failed him," Ulyssia said, "we would be there with Sister Liliana." Armina started. "You saw her, too?" "She was—" "I saw her," Ulyssia said, masking her own horror with an even tone. Sister Nietzsche drew a twisted skein of sodden blonde hair back off her face. Gathering composure, smoothed her voice. "Sister Liliana failed the master." Sister Marissa, the glaze in her eyes ebbing, flashed a look of cool disdain. "She is paying the price of failure." The crisp edge in her own tone thickened like winter's frost on a window. "Forever." Marissa almost never let emotion touch her smooth features, but it touched her face now as her brows drew together in a murderous scowl. "She countermanded your orders, Sister Ulyssia, and the Keeper's. She ruined our plans. This is her fault." Liliana had indeed failed the Keeper. They wouldn't all be on this cursed ship if it weren't for Sister Liliana. Ulyssia's face heated at the thought of that woman's arrogance. Liliana had thought to have the glory to herself. She had gotten what she deserved. Even so, Ulyssia swallowed at the memory of having seen Liliana's torment and didn't even notice the pain of her raw throat this time. "But what of us?" Cecilia asked. Her smile returned, apologetic rather than merry. "Must we do as this man says?" Ulyssia wiped a hand across her face. They had no time to hesitate. If this was real, if what she had seen had really happened, it must be nothing more than a simple nightmare. No one but the Keeper had ever before come to her in the dream that was not a dream. Yes, it had to be just a nightmare. Ulyssia watched a roach crawl into the chamber pot. Her gaze suddenly rose. "This man. You did not see the Keeper? You saw a man?" Cecilia quailed. "Jagang." Tovey raised her hand toward her lips to kiss her ring finger, an ancient gesture beseeching the Creator's protection. It was an old habit, begun the first morning of a novice's training. Each of them had learned to do it every morning without fail upon arising, and in times of tribulation. Tovey had probably done it by rote countless thousands of times, as had they all. A sister of the light was symbolically betrothed to the Creator and his will. Kissing the ring finger was a ritual renewal of that betrothal. There was no telling what the act of kissing that finger would do now in view of their betrayal. Superstition had it that it was death for one who had pledged her soul to the Keeper, a sister of the dark, to kiss that finger. While it was unclear whether it truly would invoke the Creator's wrath, there was no doubt it would invoke the Keeper's. When her hand was halfway to her lips, Tovey realized what she was about to do and snatched it away. "You all saw Jagang." Ulyssia regarded each in turn, and each nodded. A small flame of hope still flickered in her. "So you saw the Emperor? That means nothing." She leaned toward Tovey. "Did you hear him say anything?" Tovey drew the coverlet up to her chin. "We were all there, as we always are when the Keeper seeks us. We sat in the semicircle, naked as we always do. But it was Jagang who came, not the Master." A soft sob came from Armina in the bunk above. "Silence!" Ulyssia returned her attention to the shivering Tovey. "But what did he say? What were his words?" Tovey's gaze sought the floor. "He said our souls were his now. He said we were his now, and we lived only at his whim. He said we must come to him at once, or we would envy Sister Liliana's fate." She looked up into Ulyssia's eyes. "He said we would regret it if we made him wait." Tears flooded her eyes. "And then he gave me a taste of what it would mean to displease him." Ulyssea's flesh had gone cold, and she realized that she too had drawn her sheet up. She pushed it back into her lap with an effort. "Armina." Soft confirmation came from above. "Cecilia?" Cecilia nodded. Ulysses looked to the two in the upper bunk opposite. The composure they had worked so hard to bring back seemed to have settled in. "Well? Did you two hear the same words?" "Yes," Nietzsche said. "The exact same," Marissa said without emotion. "Liliana has brought this upon us." "Perhaps the keeper is displeased with us," Cecilia offered, "and has given us to the emperor so we may serve him as a way of earning back our place of favor." Marissa's back stiffened. Her eyes were a window into her frozen heart. "I have given my sole oath to the keeper. If we must serve this vulgar beast in order to return to our master's graces, then I will serve. I will lick this man's feet if I must." Ulysses remembered Jagang, just before he had departed the semicircle in the dream that was not a dream, commanding Marissa to stand. He had then casually reached out, grabbed her right breast in his powerful fingers, and squeezed until her knees buckled. Ulysses glanced at Marissa's breast now and saw lurid bruises there. Marissa made no effort to cover herself as her serene expression settled on Ulysses' eyes. "The emperor said we would regret it if we made him wait." Ulysses, too, had heard the same instructions. Jagang had displayed what bordered on contempt for the keeper. How was he able to supplant the keeper in the dream that was not a dream? He had. That was all that mattered. It had happened to all of them. It had not been a mere dream. Tingling dread thickened in the pit of her stomach as the small flame of hope extinguished. She, too, had been given a taste of what disobedience would mean. The blood that was crusting over her eyes reminded her of how much she had wanted to escape that lesson. It had been real, and they all knew it. They had no choice. There wasn't a moment to lose. A cold bead of sweat trickled down between her breasts. If they were late... Ulysses bounded out of bed. "Turn the ship around!" she shrieked as she flung open the door. "Turn it around at once!" No one was in the passageway. She sprang up the companionway, screaming as she went. The others raced after her, pounding on cabin doors as they followed. Ulysses didn't bother with the doors. It was the helmsman who pointed the ship where it was going and commanded the deckhands to the sails. Ulysses heaved open the hatch door to be greeted by murky light. Dawn was not yet upon them. Leaden clouds seethed above the dark cauldron of the sea. Luminous foam frothed just beyond the rail as the ship slid down a towering wave, making it seem they were plunging into an inky chasm. The other sisters poured from the hatchway behind her, out onto the spray-swept deck. "Turn the ship around!" she screamed to the barefoot sailors, who turned in mute surprise. Ulysses growled a curse and raced aft, toward the tiller. The 5 sisters followed on her heels as she dashed across the pitching deck. Hands gripping the lapels of her coat, the helmsman stretched his neck to see what the trouble was. Lantern light came through the opening at his feet, showing the faces of the 4 men manning the tiller. Sailors gathered near the bearded helmsman and stood gawking at the 6 women. Ulysses gulped air, trying to catch her breath. "What's the matter with you slack-jawed idiots? Didn't you hear me? I said to turn the ship around." Suddenly, she fathomed the reason for the stares. The 6 of them were naked. Marissa stepped up beside her, standing tall and aloof, as if she were dressed in a gown that covered her from neck to deck. One of the leering deckhands spoke as his gaze played over the younger woman. "Well, well, looks like the ladies have come out to play." Cool and unattainable, Marissa regarded his lecherous grin with unruffled authority. "What's mine is mine, and not anyone else's, even to look upon, unless I decide it is so. Remove your eyes from my flesh at once, or have them removed." Had the man the gift, and Ulysses' mastery of it, he would have been able to sense the air about Marissa cracking ominously with power. These men knew them only as wealthy nobility wanting passage to strange and distant places. They didn't know who or what the 6 women really were. Captain Blake knew them as Sisters of the Light, but Ulysses had ordered him to keep that knowledge from his men. The man mocked Marissa with a lecherous expression and obscene thrusts of his hips. Don't be standoffish, lass. You wouldn't have come out here like that unless you had in mind the same as us. The air sizzled around Marissa. Blood blossomed at the crotch of the man's trousers. He squealed as he looked up with eyes gone wild. Lightning glinted off the long knife at his belt as he yanked it free. Yelling an oath of retribution, he staggered ahead with lethal intent. A distant smile touched Marissa's full lips. "You filthy scum," she murmured to herself. "I deliver you into the cold embrace of my master." His flesh burst apart as if he were a rotten melon whacked with a stick. A concussion of air driven by the power of the gift slammed him over the rail. A bloody trail traced his course across the planks. With scarcely a splash, the black water swallowed the body. The other men, near to a dozen, stood wide-eyed and still as statues. "You will all keep your eyes on our faces," Marissa hissed, "and off everything else." The men nodded, too appalled to voice their consent. One man's gaze involuntarily flicked down at her body, as if her speaking aloud what was forbidden to look upon had made the impulse to view it impossible to control. In ragged terror, he began to apologize, but a focused line of power as sharp as a battle axe sliced across his eyes. He tumbled out over the rail as had the first. "Marissa," Ulysses said softly, "that will be quite enough. I think they've learned their lesson." Eyes of ice, distant behind the haze of Han, turned to her. "I will not have their eyes taking what does not belong to them." Ulysses lifted an eyebrow. "We need them to get back. You do remember our urgency, don't you?" Marissa glanced at the men as if surveying bugs beneath her boots. "Of course, sister. We must return at once." Ulysses turned to see that Captain Blake had just arrived and was standing behind them, his mouth agape. "Turn the ship around, Captain," Ulysses said. "At once." His tongue darted out to wet his lips as his gaze skipped among the women's eyes. "Now you're wanting to go back? Why?" Ulysses lifted a finger in his direction. "You were paid well, Captain, to take us where we want to go, when we want to go. I told you before that questions were not part of the bargain, and I also promised you that I would separate you from your hide if you violated any part of that bargain. If you test me, you will find that I am not nearly as indulgent as Marissa here. I don't grant a quick death. Now turn the ship around." Captain Blake leaped into action. He straightened his coat and glared at his men. "Back to it, you sluggards!" He gestured to the helmsman. "Mr. Dempsey, bring her about." The man seemed to be still frozen in shock. "Right bloody now, Mr. Dempsey." Snatching his scruffy hat from his head, Captain Blake bowed to Ulysses, careful not to let his gaze stray from her eyes. "As you wish, sister. Back around the Great Barrier to the old world. Set a direct course, Captain. Time is of the essence." He squashed his hat in a fist. "Direct course? We can't be sailing through the Great Barrier." He immediately softened his tone. "It's not possible. We'll all be killed." Ulysses pressed a hand over the burning pang in her stomach. "The Great Barrier is down, Captain. It is no longer a hindrance to us. Set a direct course." He wrung his hat. "The Great Barrier is down? That's impossible. What makes you think—" She leaned toward him. "Again you would question me?" "No, sister, no, of course not. If you say the barrier is down, then it is. Though I don't understand how what cannot happen has happened. I know it's not my place to question. A direct course it is." He wiped his hat across his mouth. "Merciful Creator, protect us," he muttered, turning to the helmsman, anxious to retreat from his glare. "Hard a starboard, Mr. Dempsey." The man glanced down at the men on the tiller. "Hard a starboard, boys." He carefully raised his eyes and asked, "Are you sure about this, Captain? Don't argue with me or I'll let you swim back." "Aye, Captain. Get to the lines," he shouted at men already slipping some lines and hauling in on others. "Prepare to come about." Ulysses surveyed the men, glancing nervously over their shoulders. "Sisters of the Light have eyes in the backs of their heads, gentlemen. See that yours look nowhere else, or it will be the last thing you see in this life." Men nodded before bending to their tasks. Back in their crowded cabin, Tovey wrapped her shivering bulk in her coverlet. "It's been quite a while since I had strapping young men leering at me." She glanced to Nietzsche and Marissa. Enjoy the admiration while you're still worthy of it. Marissa pulled her shift from the chest at the end of the cabin. It wasn't you they were leering at. A motherly smile wrinkled Cecilia's face. We know that, sister. I think what Sister Tovey means is that now that we're away from the spell of the Palace of the Prophets, we will age like everyone else. You won't have the years to enjoy your looks that we've had. Marissa straightened. When we earn back our place of honor with the Master, I will be able to keep what I have. Tovey stared off with a rare, dangerous look. And I want back what I once had. Armina slumped down on a bunk. This is Liliana's fault. If not for her, we wouldn't have had to leave the palace and its spell. If not for her, the Keeper wouldn't have given Jagang dominion over us. We wouldn't have lost the Master's favor. They were all silent for a moment. Squeezing around and past one another, they all went about pulling on their undergarments while trying to avoid elbows. Marissa drew her shift over her head. I intend to do whatever is necessary to serve and regain the Master's favor. I intend to have my reward for my oath. She glanced to Tovey. I intend to remain young. We all want the same thing, sister, Cecilia said as she stuffed her arms through the sleeves of her simple brown kirtle. But the Keeper wishes us to serve this man Jagang for now. Does he? Ulysses asked. Marissa squatted as she sorted through the clothes in the chest and pulled out her crimson dress. Why else would we have been given to this man? Ulysses lifted an eyebrow. Given? You think so? I think it's more than that. I think Emperor Jagang is acting of his own volition. The others halted at their dressing and looked up. You think he could defy the Keeper? Nietzsche asked. For his own ambitions? With a finger, Ulysses tapped the side of Nietzsche's head. Think. The Keeper failed to come to us in the dream that is not a dream. That has never happened before, ever. Instead comes Jagang. Even if the Keeper were displeased with us and wanted us to serve penance under Jagang, don't you suppose he would have come to us himself and ordered it to show us his displeasure? I don't think this is the Keeper's doing. I think it is Jagang's. Armina snatched up her blue dress. It was a shade lighter than Ulysses', but no less elaborate. It is still Liliana who has brought this upon us. A small smile touched Ulysses' lips. Has she? Liliana was greedy. I think the Keeper thought to use that greed, but she failed him. The smile vanished. It is not Sister Liliana who brought this upon us. Nietzsche's hand paused as she drew the cord tight at the bodice of her black dress. Of course, the boy. Boy? Ulysses slowly shook her head. No boy could have brought down the barrier. No mere boy could have brought to ruin the plans we have worked so hard for all these years. We all know what he is about the prophecies. Ulysses looked at each sister in turn. We are in a very dangerous position. We must work to gain back the Keeper's power in this world. Or else when Jagang is finished with us, he will kill us, and we will find ourselves in the underworld and no longer of use to the Master. If that happens, then the Keeper surely will be displeased, and he will make what Jagang showed us seem a lover's embrace. The ship creaked and groaned as they all considered her words. They were racing back to serve a man who could use them and then discard them without a thought, much less a reward. Yet none of them were prepared to even consider defying him. Boy or not, he has caused all this. The muscles in Marissa's jaw tightened. And to think I had him in my grasp. We all did. We should have taken him when we had the chance. Liliana, too, thought to take him, to have his power for herself, Ulysses said. But she was reckless and ended up with that cursed sword of his through her heart. We must be smarter than she. Then we will have his power, and the Keeper his soul. Armina wiped a tear from her lower eyelid. But in the meantime, there must be some way we can avoid having to return. And how long do you think we could remain awake? Ulysses snapped. Sooner or later, we would fall asleep, then what? Jagang has already shown us he has the power to reach out to us, wherever we are. Marissa returned to fastening the buttons at the bodice of her crimson dress. We will do what we must for now, but that does not mean we can't use our heads. Ulyssea's brows drew together in thought. She looked up with a wry smile. Emperor Jagang may believe he has us where he wants us, but we've lived a long time. Perhaps if we use our heads and our experience, we will not be quite as cowed as he thinks. Malevolence gleamed in Tovy's eyes. Yes, she hissed. We have indeed lived a long time, and we've learned to bring a few wild boars to ground and gut them while they squeal. Nietzsche smoothed the gathers in the skirt of her black dress. Gutting pigs is all well and good, but Emperor Jagang is our plight, and not its cause. Nor is it advantageous to waste our anger on Liliana. She was simply a greedy fool. It is the one who truly brought this trouble upon us who must be made to suffer. Wisely put, sister, Ulyssia said. Marissa absently touched her breast where it was bruised. I will bathe in that young man's blood. Her eyes went out of focus, opening again the window to her black heart. While he watches. Ulyssia's fists tightened as she nodded in agreement. It is he, the Seeker, who has brought this upon us. I vow he will pay with his gift, his life, and his soul. Chapter 2. Richard had just taken a spoonful of hot spice soup when he heard the deep, menacing growl. He frowned over at Gratch. The guard's hooded eyes glowed, lit from within by cold green fire, as he glared toward the gloom among the columns at the base of the expansive steps. His leathery lips drew back in a snarl, exposing prodigious fangs. Richard realized he still had a mouthful of soup and swallowed. Gratch's guttural growl grew, deep in his throat, sounding like a moldy old castle's massive dungeon door being opened for the first time in 100 years. Richard glanced to Mistress Sanderholt's wide brown eyes. Mistress Sanderholt, the head cook at the Confessor's Palace, was still uneasy about Gratch, and not entirely confident in Richard's assurances that the gar was harmless. The ominous growl wasn't helping. She had brought Richard out a loaf of freshly baked bread and a bowl of savory spice soup, intending to sit on the steps with him and talk about Kalin, only to discover that the gar had arrived a short time before. Despite her trepidation over the gar, Richard had managed to convince her to join him on the steps. Gratch had been keenly interested at the mention of Kalin's name. He had a lock of her hair that Richard had given him hanging on a thong around his neck, along with the dragon's tooth. Richard had told Gratch that he and Kalin were in love, and she wanted to be Gratch's friend, just as Richard was. And so the inquisitive gar had sat down to listen, but just as Richard had tasted the soup, and before Mistress Sanderholt had been able to begin, Gratch's mood had suddenly changed. He looked savagely intent now on something that Richard couldn't see. Why is he doing that? Mistress Sanderholt whispered. I'm not sure, Richard admitted. He brightened his smile and shrugged offhandedly when the creases in her brow deepened. He must just see a rabbit or something. Gars have exceptional eyesight, even in the dark, and they're excellent hunters. Her concerned expression didn't ease, so he went on. He doesn't eat people. He would never hurt anyone, he reassured her. It's all right, Mistress Sanderholt, really it is. Richard glanced up at the sinister-looking, snarling face. Gratch, he whispered out of the side of his mouth. Stop growling, you're scaring her. Richard, she said as she leaned closer, gars are dangerous beasts. They are not pets. Gars can't be trusted. Gratch isn't a pet, he's my friend. I've known him since he was a pup, since he was half my size. He's as gentle as a kitten. An unconvincing smile twitched onto Mistress Sanderholt's face. If you say so, Richard. Dismay suddenly widened her eyes. He doesn't understand everything I'm saying, does he? It's hard to tell, Richard confided. Sometimes he understands more than I think possible. Gratch appeared oblivious of them as they talked. He was frozen in concentration, seeming to have either the scent or the sight of something he didn't like. Richard thought he had seen Gratch growling like that one time before, but he couldn't place where or when. He tried to recall the occasion, but the mental image kept slipping away just out of grasp. The harder he tried, the more elusive the shadowy memory became. Gratch? He clutched the gar's powerful arm. Gratch, what is it? Stone still, Gratch didn't react to the touch. As he had grown, the glow in his green eyes had intensified, but never before to this ferocity. They were glowing brightly. Richard scanned the shadows below where those green eyes were fixed, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. There were no people among the columns, or along the wall of the palace grounds. It must be a rabbit, he decided at last. Gratch loved rabbit. Dawn was just beginning to reveal wisps of purple and pink clouds above the brightening horizon, leaving but a few of the brightest stars to glimmer in the western sky. With the faint first light came a gentle breeze, unusually warm for winter, that ruffled the fur of the huge beast and billowed open Richard's black mrisswith cape. When he had been in the old world with the Sisters of the Light, Richard had gone into the Hagen woods, where lurked the mrisswith, vile creatures looking like men half melted into a reptilian nightmare. After he had fought and killed one of the mrisswith, he had discovered the astonishing thing its cape could do. It had the ability to blend with its background so perfectly, so flawlessly, that it made the mrisswith, or Richard when he concentrated while wearing the cape, seem invisible. It also prevented anyone with the gift from sensing them or him. For some reason, though, Richard's own gift allowed him to sense the presence of the mrisswith. That ability, to sense the danger despite its cloak of magic, had saved his life. Richard found it difficult to focus on Gratch's growling at rabbits in the shadows. The anguish, the numb misery of believing that his beloved, Kaelin, had been executed, had evaporated in a heart-pounding instant the day before when he had discovered she was alive. He felt blind joy that she was safe, and exultant at having spent the night alone with her in a strange place between worlds. His mind was in song this beautiful morning, and he found himself smiling without even realizing it. Not even Gratch's annoying fixation with a rabbit could dampen his mood. Richard did find the guttural sound distracting, though, and obviously Mistress Sanderholt found it alarming. She sat woodenly on the edge of a step beside him, clutching her wool shawl tight. "Quiet, Gratch. You just had a whole leg of mutton and half a loaf of bread. You couldn't be that hungry already." Although Gratch's attention remained riveted, his growling lessened to a rumbling deep in his throat, as if he were absently trying to comply. Richard directed a brief glance once more toward the city. His plan had been to find a horse and hurry on his way to catch up with Kaelin and his grandfather and old friend Zed. Besides being impatient to see Kaelin, he dearly missed Zed. It had been 3 months since he had seen him, but it seemed years. Zed was a wizard of the First Order, and there was much that Richard, in light of his discoveries about himself, needed to talk to him about. But then Mistress Sanderholt had brought out the soup and freshly baked bread. Good mood or not, he had been famished. Richard glanced back, past the white elegance of the Confessor's palace, up at the immense, imposing Wizard's Keep, embedded in the steep mountainside, its soaring walls of dark stone, its ramparts, bastions, towers, connecting passageways and bridges, all looking like a sinister incrustation growing from the stone, somehow looking alive, as if it were peering down at him from above. A wide ribbon of road wound its way up from the city toward the dark walls, crossing a bridge that looked thin and delicate, but only because of the distance, before passing under a spiked drop gate and being swallowed into the dark maw of the keep. There had to be thousands of rooms in the keep, if there was one. Richard snugged his cape closer under the cold, stony gaze of that place and looked away. This was the palace, the city, where Kaelin had grown up, where she had lived most of her life until the previous summer, when she had crossed the boundary to Westland in search of Zed, and had come across Richard, too. The Wizard's Keep was where Zed had grown up and lived prior to leaving the Midlands, before Richard was born. Kaelin had told him stories about how she had spent much of her time in the keep studying, but she had never made the place sound in the least bit sinister. Hard against the mountain, the keep looked baleful to him now. Richard's smile returned at the thought of how Kaelin must have looked when she was a little girl, a confessor in training, strolling the halls of this palace, walking the corridors of the keep among wizards, and out among the people of this city. But Aidendril had fallen under the blight of the imperial order, and was no longer a free city, no longer the seat of power in the Midlands. Zed had produced one of his wizard's tricks, magic, to make everyone think they had witnessed Kaelin's beheading, allowing them to flee Aidendril, while everyone there thought she was dead. No one would chase after them now. Mistress Sanderholt had known Kaelin since she was born, and was delirious with relief when Richard told her that Kaelin was safe and well. The smile touched his lips again. What was Kaylin like when she was little? She stared off, a smile on her lips as well.
She was always serious, but as precious a child as I've ever seen, who grew to be a stalwart and beautiful woman. She was a child not only touched by magic, but also of a special character.
None of the confessors were surprised by her accession to Mother Confessor, and all were pleased because her way was to facilitate agreement, not to dominate. Though if someone wrongly opposed her, they'd find her cast with as much iron as any Mother Confessor ever born. I've never known a confessor with her passion for the people of the Midlands.
I've always felt honored to know her.
Drifting into memories, she laughed faintly, a sound not nearly as frail as the rest of her appeared.
Even one time, when I swatted her bottom after I discovered she had made off with a just roasted duck without asking.
Richard grinned at the prospect of hearing a story about Kaylin misbehaving. Punishing a confessor, even a young one, didn't give you pause?
No, she scoffed. Had I pampered her, her mother would have turned me out. We were expected to treat her respectfully but fairly.
Did she cry? He asked, before he took a big bite of bread. It was delicious, coarse ground wheat with a hint of molasses.
No. She looked surprised. She believed she had done no wrong and started explaining. Apparently a woman with two young ones, almost Kaylin's age, had been waiting outside the palace for someone she thought would be gullible. As Kaylin started for the wizard's keep, the woman approached her with a sad story, telling her that she needed gold to feed her youngsters. Kaylin told her to wait, and then took her my roasted duck, reasoning that it was food the woman needed, not gold. Kaylin sat the children down. With a bandaged hand, she pointed off to her left, around that side over there, and fed them the duck. The woman was furious and started yelling, accusing Kaylin of being selfish with all the palace's gold. As Kaylin was telling me this story, a patrol of the Home Guard came into the kitchen, dragging the woman and her two young ones along. Apparently, as the woman had been railing at Kaylin, the guard had come upon the scene. About this time, Kaylin's mother showed up in the kitchen wanting to know what the trouble was. Kaylin told her story, and the woman fell to pieces at being in the custody of the Home Guard, and worse, at finding herself before the Mother Confessor herself. Kaylin's mother listened to her story and to the woman's, and then told Kaylin that if you chose to help someone, then they became your responsibility, and it was your duty to see the help through until they were back on their own feet. Kaylin spent the next day on King's Row, with the Home Guard dragging the woman behind, going from one palace to another, looking for one that was in need of help. She wasn't having much luck. They all knew the woman was a sot. I felt guilty about giving Kaylin a swat before at least hearing her reasons for taking my roasted duck. I had a friend, a stern woman in charge of the cooks at one of the palaces, and so I rushed over and convinced her to accept the woman into her employ when Kaylin brought her around. I never told Kaylin what I'd done. The woman worked there a long time, but she never again came near the Confessor's palace. Her youngest grew up to join the Home Guard. Last summer, he was wounded when the Daharans captured Aidendrill and died a week later.
Richard, too, had fought Dahara, and in the end had killed its ruler, Darken Ral. Though he still couldn't help feeling a twinge of regret at being sired by that evil man, he no longer felt the guilt of being his son. He knew that the crimes of the father didn't pass on to the child, and it certainly wasn't his mother's fault she had been raped by Darken Ral. His stepfather loved Richard's mother no less for it. Nor did he show Richard any less love for not having been his own blood. Richard would not have loved his stepfather any less had he known George Cypher was not his real father. Richard was a wizard, too, he now knew. The gift, the force of magic within him called Han, had been passed down from two lines of wizards, Zed, his grandfather on his mother's side, and Darken Ral, his father. That combination had spawned in him magic no wizard had possessed in thousands of years, not only additive, but also subtractive magic. Richard knew precious little about being a wizard, or about magic, but Zed would help him learn, help him control the gift, and use it to aid people. Richard swallowed the bread he had been chewing. That sounds like the Kaylin I know. Mistress Sanderholt shook her head ruefully.
She always felt a deep responsibility for the people of the Midlands. I know it hurt her to her very soul to have them turn against it for the promise of gold.
Not all did that, I'd bet, Richard said. But that's why you mustn't tell anyone she's still alive.
In order to keep Kaylin safe and protect her, no one must know the truth. You know you have my promise, Richard, but I expect they've forgotten about her by now. I expect that if they don't get the gold they were promised, they'll soon be rioting. So that's why all those people are gathered outside the confessor's palace? She nodded. They now believe they're entitled to it, because someone from the Imperial Order said that they were to have it. Though the man who promised it is now dead, it's as if once his words were spoken aloud, the gold magically became theirs. If the Imperial Order doesn't soon begin handing out the gold in the treasury, I imagine it won't be long before those people in the streets decide to storm the palace and take it. Maybe the promise was only made as a diversion, and the troops of the Order intended all along to keep the gold for themselves as plunder, and will defend the palace. Perhaps you're right, she stared off. Come to think of it, I don't even know what I'm still doing here. I'm of no mind to see the Order set up quarters in the palace. I'm of no mind to end up working for them. Maybe I should leave, and see if I couldn't find a place to work where people are still free of that lot. It seems so strange to think of doing that, though. The palace has been my home for most of my life. Richard looked away from the white splendor of the confessor's palace out over the city again. Should he flee too, and leave the ancestral home of the confessors and the wizards to the Imperial Order? But how could he do anything about it? Besides, the Order's troops were probably searching for him. Best if he slipped away while they were still confused and disorganized after the death of their council. He didn't know what Mistress Sanderholt should do, but he should be going before the Order found him. He needed to get to Kaylin and Zed. Gratch's growl deepened into a primal rumble that rattled Richard's bones and brought him out of his thoughts. The Gar rose smoothly to his feet. Richard scanned the area below again, but saw nothing. The confessor's palace sat on a hill, with a commanding view of Aidendrill, and from his vantage point he could see that there were troops beyond the walls, in the streets of the city, but none were close to the three of them in the secluded side courtyard outside the kitchen entrance. There was nothing alive in sight where Gratch was watching. Richard stood, his fingers briefly finding reassurance on the hilt of his sword. He was bigger than most men, but the Gar towered over him. Though little more than a youngster for a Gar, Gratch stood close to 7 feet, Richard guessing his weight at half again his own. Gratch had another foot to grow, maybe more. Richard was far from an expert on short-tailed Gars. He had not seen that many, and the ones he had seen had been trying to kill him at the time. Richard, in fact, had killed Gratch's mother in self-defense, and had inadvertently ended up adopting the little orphan. Over time, they had become fast friends. Muscles under the pink skin of the powerfully built beast's stomach and chest knotted in rippling bulges. He stood still and tensed, his claws poised out to his sides, his hairy ears perked toward things unseen. Even in taking prey when he was hungry, Gratch had never displayed this level of intent ferocity. Richard felt the hackles on the back of his neck rising. He wished he could remember when or where it was he had seen Gratch growling like this. He finally put aside his pleasant thoughts of Kaylin, and with mounting urgency, focused his attention. Mistress Sanderholt stood beside him, peering nervously from Gratch to where he was looking. Thin and frail-looking, she was not a timid woman by any means, but had her hands not been bandaged, he thought she would be wringing them. She looked as if she wanted to. Richard suddenly felt quite exposed on the open, wide sweep of steps. His keen gray eyes scrutinized the murky shadows and concealed places among the columns, walls, and assortment of elegant belvederes spread across the lower parts of the palace grounds. Sparkling snow lifted on an occasional ripple of wind, but nothing else moved. He stared so hard it made his eyes hurt, but he saw nothing alive, no sign of any threat. Though he saw nothing, Gratch began to feel a burgeoning sense of danger. Not a simple reaction from seeing Gratch so riled, but welling up from within himself, from his Han, welling from the depths of his chest, coursing into the fibers of his muscles, drawing them tight and ready. The magic within had become another sense that often warned him when his other senses did not. He realized that that was what was warning him now. An urge to run before it was too late gnawed deep in his gut. He needed to get to Kaylin. He didn't want to get tangled in any trouble. He could find a horse and just go. Better yet, he could run now and find a horse later. Gratch's wings unfolded as he crouched in a menacing posture, ready to launch into the air.
His lips drew back further, vapor hissing from between his fangs as the growl deepened, vibrating the air. The flesh on Richard's arms tingled. His breathing quickened as the palpable sense of danger coalesced into points of threat. "Mistress Sanderholt," he said, as his gaze skipped from one long shadow to another. "Why don't you go inside? I'll come in and talk to you after." His words caught in his throat as he saw a brief movement down among the white columns. A shimmer to the air, like the heat rippling the air above a fire. He stared, trying to decide if he had really seen it or just imagined it. He frantically tried to think of what it could be, if indeed he had seen something. It could have been a wisp of snow carried on a brief gust of wind. He didn't see anything as he squinted in concentration. It was probably nothing more than the snow in the wind, he tried to reassure himself. Abruptly, the manifest realization welled up within him like cold black water surging up through a rift in river ice. Richard remembered when it was he had heard Gratch growl like that. The fine hairs on the back of his neck stood out like icy needles in his flesh. His hand found the wire-wound hilt of his sword. "Go," he whispered urgently to Mistress Sanderholt. "Now!" Without hesitation, she dashed up the steps and made for the distant kitchen entrance behind him, as the ring of steel announced the arrival of the Sword of Truth in the crisp dawn air. How was it possible for them to be here? It wasn't possible, yet he was sure of it. He could feel them. "Dance with me, Death. I am ready," Richard murmured, already in a trance of wrath from the magic coursing into him from the Sword of Truth. The words were not his, but came from the sword's magic, from the spirits of those who had used the weapon before him. With the words came an instinctive understanding of their meaning. It was a morning prayer meant to say that you could die this day, so you should strive to do your best while you still lived. From the echo of other voices within came the realization that the same words also meant something altogether different. They were a battle cry. With a roar, Gratch shot into the air, his wings lifting him after only one bounding stride. Snow swirled, curling into the air under him, stirred up by the powerful strokes of his wings that also billowed open Richard's Mryswith cape. Even before he could see them materialize out of the winter air, Richard could sense their presence. He could see them in his mind, even though he couldn't yet see them with his eyes. Howling in fury, Gratch descended in a streak toward the base of the steps. Near the columns, just as the Gar reached them, they began to become visible. Scales and claws and capes, white against the white snow, white as pure as a child's prayer. Mryswith. Chapter 3. The Mryswith reacted to the threat, materializing as they flung themselves at the Gar. The sword's magic, its rage, inundated Richard with its full fury as he saw his friend being attacked. He bounded down the steps toward the erupting battle. Howls assailed his ears as Gratch tore into the Mryswith. In the heat of combat, they were now visible. Against the white of stone and snow, they were difficult to distinguish clearly, but Richard could see them well enough. There were close to 10, as near as he could tell in all the confusion. Under their capes, they wore simple hides as white as the rest of them. Richard had seen them black before, but he knew the Mryswith could appear to be the color of their surroundings. Taut, smooth skin covered their heads down to their necks, where it began welting up into tight, interlocking scales. Lipless mouths spread to reveal small, needle-sharp teeth. In the fists of their webbed claws, they gripped the cross members of three-bladed knives, beady eyes intense with loathing fixed on the raging Gar. With fluid speed, they swept around the dark form in their midst, their white capes billowing behind as they skimmed across the snow, some tumbling under the attack or spinning out of reach, just escaping the Gar's powerful arms. With brutal efficiency, the Gar caught others on claws, ripping them open, throwing a shock of blood across the snow. So intent were they on Gratch that Richard descended upon their backs unopposed. He had never fought more than one Mryswith at a time, and that had been a formidable ordeal. But with the fury of the magic pounding through him, he thought only of helping Gratch. Before they had a chance to turn to the new threat, Richard cut down 2. Shrill death howls sundered the dawn air, the sound needle-sharp and painful in his ears. Richard sensed others behind him, back toward the palace. He spun just in time to see 3 more abruptly appear. They were racing to join the fight with only Mistress Sanderholt in their way.
She cried out at finding her escape route blocked by the advancing creatures. She turned and ran ahead of them. Richard could see that she was going to lose the race, and he was too far away to make it in time. With a backhanded swing of his sword, Richard slashed open a scaled form that turned on him. "Gratch!" he cried out. "Gratch!" Twisting the head off a Mryswith, Gratch looked up. Richard pointed with his sword. "Gratch, protect her!" Gratch instantly grasped the nature of Mistress Sanderholt's peril. Flinging aside the limp, headless carcass, he bounded into the air. Richard ducked. Swift strokes of the Gar's leathery wings lifted him over Richard's head and up the steps. Reaching down, Gratch snatched the woman up in his furry arms. Her feet jerked off the ground and over the sweeping knives of the Mryswith. Spreading his wings wide, Gratch banked before the woman's weight could cost him his momentum, swooped down beyond the Mryswith, and then with a powerful stroke broke his descent to set Mistress Sanderholt on the ground. Without pause, he sprang back into the fray, and deftly avoiding the flashing knives, struck out with his claws and fangs. Richard spun back to the three Mryswith at the base of the steps. Losing himself to the sword's rage, he became one with the magic and the spirits of those who had wielded the sword before him. Everything moved with the slow elegance of a dance. The dance with death. The three Mryswith came at him, whirling with cold grace, an onslaught of flashing blades. Pivoting, they split rank, skimming up the steps to go around him. With detached efficiency, Richard caught the lone creature on the point of his blade. To his surprise, the other two cried out, "No!" Astonished, Richard froze. He hadn't known that Mryswith could speak. They paused on the steps, holding him in beady, snake-like gazes. They had almost made it past him on their way up the steps toward Gratch. Intent on the Gar, he surmised, they wanted most to get past him. Richard bolted up the steps, blocking their way. Again they split ranks, one going to each side. Richard feinted at the one to his left, and then reeled to strike out at the other. His sword shattered the triple blades in one of its claws. Without pause, the Mryswith spun, evading the killing thrust of Richard's blade. But as the creature came around, closing the distance to deliver its own strike, he drew his sword back, slicing across its neck. With a howl, the Mryswith toppled to the ground, writhing, spilling blood across the snow. Before Richard could turn to the other, it crashed into him from behind. The two of them tumbled down the steps. His sword and one of the three-bladed knives clattered across the stone at the bottom, skittering out of reach, and disappeared under the snow. They rolled over, each trying to gain the advantage. With its scaled claws constricting around his chest, the wiry beast tried to muscle Richard onto his stomach. He could feel fetid breath on the back of his neck. Though he couldn't see his sword, he could feel its magic and knew exactly where it lay. He tried to lunge for it, but the Mryswith's weight hobbled him. He tried to drag himself, but the snow-slicked stone denied him enough purchase. The sword remained out of reach. Powered by his anger, Richard staggered to his feet. Still clutching him with both scaled arms, the Mryswith slithered a leg around his. Richard crashed face first to the ground, the weight of the Mryswith on his back driving the wind from his lungs. The Mryswith's second knife hovered inches from his face. Grunting with effort, Richard pushed himself up with one arm and with the other hand seized the wrist that held the knife. In one smooth, mighty movement, he heaved the Mryswith back, ducked under the arm, and as he came back up, wrenched it around one full turn. Bone popped. With his other hand, Richard brought his belt knife to the creature's chest. The Mryswith, cape and all, flushed to a sickening, weak, greenish color. "Who sent you?" When it didn't answer, Richard twisted his arm, pinning it behind the beast's back. "Who sent you?" The Mryswith sagged. "The Dreamwalker," it hissed. "Who's the Dreamwalker? Why are you here?" Waves of waxy yellow suffused the Mryswith. Its eyes widened as it struggled anew to escape. "Green Eyes!" A sudden blow slammed Richard back. A flash of dark fur snatched the Mryswith. Claws yanked its head back. Fangs sank into its neck. A powerful jerk ripped the throat away. Startled, Richard gasped for air. Before he could catch his breath, the Gar, his green eyes wild, lunged at him. Richard threw his arms up as the huge beast smashed into him. The knife flew from his hand. The sheer size of the Gar was smothering, his awesome strength overpowering. Richard might as well have been trying to hold back a mountain that was falling on him. Dripping fangs drove for his face. "Gratch!" He snatched fistfuls of fur. "Gratch! It's me, Richard!" The snarling face drew back a bit. Vapor huffed out with each breath, reeking of the putrid stench of Mryswith blood. The glowing green eyes blinked. Richard stroked the heaving chest. "It's all right, Gratch. It's over. Calm down." The iron-hard muscles of the arms that held him slackened. The snarl wrinkled into a grin. Tears welling in his eyes, Gratch crushed Richard to his chest.
"Gratch, lug, ratch, harg!"
Patting the guard's back, Richard struggled to get air into his lungs. "I love you too, Gratch." Gratch, the green gleam back in his eyes, held Richard out for a critical inspection, as if to assure himself that his friend was intact. He let out a purling gurgle that bespoke his relief, whether at finding Richard safe or at having stopped before tearing him apart. Richard wasn't sure, but he did know that he, too, was relieved that it was over. His muscles, the fear, anger, and fury of the fight abruptly gone from them, throbbed with a dull ache. Richard took a deep breath at the heady feeling of having survived the sudden attack, but he was unsettled by the mutability of Gratch's usual gentle disposition into such deadly ferocity. He glanced around at the startling amount of foul-smelling gore spilled across the snow. Gratch hadn't done it all. As he put down the last vestige of the magic's anger, it struck him that perhaps Gratch saw him in a similar light. Just as Richard, Gratch had risen to the threat. "Gratch, you knew they were here, didn't you?" Gratch nodded enthusiastically, adding a bit of a growl to make his point. It occurred to Richard that when he had last seen Gratch growling with such vehemence outside the Hagen woods, it must have been because he sensed the presence of the Mryswith. The Sisters of the Light had told him that occasionally the Mryswith strayed from the Hagen woods, and that no one, not Sisters of the Light, sorceresses, or even wizards, had been able to perceive their presence, or had ever survived an encounter with them. Richard had been able to sense them because he was the first in near to 3,000 years to be born with both sides of the gift. So how did Gratch know they were there? "Gratch, could you see them?" Gratch pointed to a few of the carcasses, as if to point them out for Richard. "No, I can see them now. I mean before, when I was talking to Mistress Sanderholt and you were growling. Could you see them then?" Gratch shook his head. "Could you hear them or smell them?" Gratch frowned in thought, his ears twitching, and then shook his head again. "Then how did you know they were there, before we could see them?" Eyebrows as big as axe handles drew together as the huge beast frowned down at Richard. He shrugged, looking perplexed about his failure to come up with a satisfactory answer. "You mean that before you could see them, you could feel them? Something inside just told you they were there?" Gratch grinned and nodded, happy that Richard seemed to understand. That was similar to how Richard knew they were there. Before he could see them, he could sense them, see them in his mind. But Gratch didn't have the gift. How could he do it? Perhaps it was just because animals could sense things before people could. Wolves commonly knew you were there before you knew they were. Usually the only time you knew a deer was in a thicket was when it bolted, having sensed you long before you saw it. Animals generally had keener senses than people, and predators some of the keenest. Gratch was certainly a predator. That sense seemed to have served him better than Richard's magic had him. Mistress Sanderholt, having come down to the bottom of the steps, laid a bandaged hand on Gratch's furry arm. "Gratch, thank you." She turned to Richard, lowering her voice. "I thought he was going to kill me too," she confided. She glanced at several of the torn bodies. "I've seen Gars do that to people. When he snatched me up like that, I thought sure he was going to kill me. But I was wrong. He's different." She peered back up at Gratch. "You saved my life. Thank you." Gratch's smile showed the full length of his bloody fangs. The sight made her gasp. Richard glanced up at the sinister-looking, grinning face. "Stop smiling, Gratch. You're scaring her again." His mouth turned down, his lips covering his prodigious, wickedly sharp fangs. His wrinkled features melted into a sulk. Gratch viewed himself as lovable, and seemed to think it only natural that everyone else would, too. Mistress Sanderholt stroked the side of Gratch's arm. "It's all right. His smile is heartfelt and handsome in its own way. I'm just not used to it, that's all." Gratch smiled at Mistress Sanderholt again, adding a sudden spirited flapping of his wings. Unable to help herself, Mistress Sanderholt lurched back a step. She was just coming to understand that this gar was different from those that were always a threat to people, but her instincts still ruled that understanding. Gratch made for the woman to give her a hug. Richard was sure she would die of fright before she realized the gar's benign intent, so he put a restraining arm in front of Gratch. "He likes you, Mistress Sanderholt. He just wanted to give you a hug, that's all. But I think your thanks are enough." She quickly regained her composure. "Nonsense." Smiling warmly, she held her arms out. "I'd like a hug, Gratch." Gratch gurgled with glee and scooped her up. Under his breath, Richard cautioned Gratch to be gentle. Mistress Sanderholt let out a muffled, helpless giggle. Once back on the ground, she squirmed her bony frame straight in her dress and awkwardly drew her shawl up to her shoulders. She beamed warmly. "You're right, Richard. He's no pet. He's a friend." Gratch nodded enthusiastically, his ears twitching as he flapped his leathery wings again. Richard pulled a white cape, one that was nearly clean, off a nearby mrisswith. He asked Mistress Sanderholt's indulgence, and when she granted it, stood her before an oak door to a small, low-roofed stone building. He draped the cape around her shoulders and drew the hood up over her head. "I want you to concentrate," he told her. "Concentrate on the brown of the door behind you. Hold the cape together under your chin and close your eyes if it will help you to focus. Imagine you're one with the door, that you're the same color." She frowned up at him. "Why am I to do this?" "I want to see if you can appear invisible like they were." "Invisible?" Richard smiled his encouragement. "Just give it a try?" She let out a breath and finally nodded. Her eyes slowly closed. Her breathing evened and slowed. Nothing happened. Richard waited a while longer, but still nothing happened. The cape remained white, not a stitch of it turning brown. She finally opened her eyes. "Did I become invisible?" she asked, sounding as if she were afraid she had. "No," Richard admitted. "I didn't think so. But how did those vile snake men make themselves invisible?" She shrugged the cape off her shoulders and shuddered in revulsion. "And what made you think I could do it?" "They're called mrisswith. It's their capes that enable them to do it, so I thought that maybe you could too." She regarded him with a dubious expression. "Here, let me show you." Richard took her place before the door and drew up the hood of his mrisswith cape. Flipping the cape closed, he set his mind to the task. In the space of a breath, the cape became the exact same color as what she saw behind him. Richard knew that the magic of the cape, apparently with the aid of his own, somehow enveloped the exposed parts of him too, so that he seemed to disappear. When he moved from in front of the door, the cape transfigured to continually match what she saw behind. As he stepped in front of the white stone, the pallid blocks and shadowed joints appeared to slip across him, mimicking the background as if she truly were looking through him. Richard knew from experience that even if the background was complex, it made no difference. The cape could match anything behind him. As Richard moved away, Mistress Sanderholt continued to stare at the door, where she had last seen him. Gratch's eyes, however, never left him. Menace gathered in those green eyes as the gar followed Richard's movements. A growl rose in the gar's throat. Richard let his concentration relax. The background colors sloughed from the cape, letting it return to black as he pushed the hood back. "It's still me, Gratch." Mistress Sanderholt started, jerking around to discover him in his new location. Gratch's growl trailed off, and his expression slackened, at first to confusion, and then to a grin. He rumbled with a low gurgle of a laugh at the new game. "Richard," Mistress Sanderholt stammered, "how did you do that? How did you make yourself invisible?" "It's the cape. It doesn't really make me invisible, but somehow it can change color to match the background, so it tricks the eye. I guess it takes magic to make the cape work. And you don't have any, but I was born with the gift, so it works for me." Richard glanced around at the fallen mrisswith. "I think it best if we burned these capes, lest they fall into the wrong hands." Richard told Gratch to fetch the capes at the top of the steps while he bent to gather up the ones below. "Richard, do you think it could be dangerous to use the cape from one of those evil creatures?" "Dangerous?" Richard straightened and scratched the back of his neck. "I don't see how. All it does is change color. You know, the way some frogs and salamanders can change color to match whatever they're sitting on, like a rock or a log or a leaf." She helped him as best she could with her bandaged hands wrap the capes into a bundle. "I've seen those frogs. I've always thought it one of the Creator's wonders that they could do that." She smiled up at him. "Perhaps the Creator is blessing you with the same wonder because you have the gift. Praise be to Him. His blessing helped save us." As Gratch held out the rest of the capes, one at a time, so she could add them to the bundle, anxiety tightened like arms around Richard's chest. He glanced up at the Gar. "Gratch, you don't sense any more Mriswith anywhere, do you?" The Gar handed the last cape to Mistress Sanderholt and then peered off into the distance, searching intently. Finally, he shook his head. Richard sighed in relief. "Do you have any idea where they came from, Gratch? Any direction in particular?" Gratch again slowly turned around, scrutinizing the surroundings. For a dead silent moment, his attention fixed on the wizard's keep, but at last moved on. Finally, he shrugged, looking apologetic. Richard scanned the city of Aidendrill, studying the Imperial Order troops he could see below. They were made up of men of many nations, he had been told, but he recognized the chainmail, armor, and dark leather worn by most, Daharans. Richard knotted the last of the loose ends around the capes, drawing them into a tight bundle, and then tossed the lot on the ground. "What happened to your hands?" She held them out, turning them over. The wrap of white cloth was discolored with dried smears of meat drippings, sauces, and oils, and smudged with ash and soot from the fires. "They pulled off my fingernails with tongs to make me give witness against the Mother Confessor, against Caelan." "And did you?" When she looked away, Richard flushed at realizing how his question must have sounded. "I'm sorry, that came out wrong. Of course, no one would expect you to defy their demands under torture. The truth doesn't matter to people like that. Caelan wouldn't believe you betrayed her." She shrugged with one shoulder as she lowered her hands. "I wouldn't say the things they wanted me to say about her. She understood just as you said. Caelan herself ordered me to testify against her to keep them from doing more. Still, it was misery itself to speak such lies." "I was born with the gift, but I don't know how to use it, or I'd see what I could do about helping you. I'm sorry." He winced in sympathy. "Is the pain beginning to ease, at least?" "With the Imperial Order in possession of Aidendrill, I'm afraid the pain has only begun." "Was it the Daharans who did this to you?" "No. It was a Celtish wizard who ordered it. When Caelan escaped, she killed him. Most of the Order's troops in Aidendrill are Daharans, though." "How have they treated the people of the city?" She rubbed her bandaged hands on her arms, as if chilled in the winter air. Richard almost put his cape around her shoulders, but thinking better of it, helped her pull her shawl up instead. "Though Dahara conquered Aidendrill autumn past, and their troops were brutal about the fighting, since they put down all opposition and took the city, they have not been so cruel, so long as their orders are followed. Perhaps they simply saw more value in having their prize intact." "That could be, I suppose. What of the keep? Have they taken that too?" She glanced over her shoulder up the mountain. "I'm not sure, but I don't think so. The keep is protected by spells, and from what I am told, the Daharan troops fear magic." Richard rubbed his chin in thought. "What happened after the war with Dahara ended?" "Apparently the Daharans, among others, made pacts with the Imperial Order. Slowly the Keltans took charge, with the Daharans remaining most of the muscle, but acquiescing in the ruling of the city. Keltans don't fear magic the way Daharans do. Prince Fyron of Kelton and that Celtish wizard commanded the council. With the prince, the wizard, and the council now dead, I'm not sure exactly who is in charge. The Daharans, I would guess, which leaves us still at the mercy of the Imperial Order. With the Mother Confessor and the wizards gone, I fear our fate. I know she had to flee or be murdered, but yet—" Her voice trailed off, so he finished for her. "Since the Midlands was forged and Aidendrill founded to be its heart, none but a Mother Confessor has ruled here." "You know the story?" "Caelan told me some of it. She's heartsick to have had to abandon Aidendrill, but I assure you, we will not let the Order have Aidendrill any more than we will let them have the Midlands." Mistress Sanderholt looked away in resignation. "What was is no more. In time, the Order will rewrite the history of this place, and the Midlands will be forgotten. Richard, I know you are anxious to be off to join her. Find a place to live your lives in peace and freedom. Don't become bitter at what was lost. When you reach her, Tell her that although there were people who cheered at what she thought was her execution, many more were desolate at hearing she was dead. In the weeks since she fled, I've seen the side she didn't see. Just as anywhere, there are evil, greedy people here. But there are good people, too, who will always remember her. Though we be subjects of the imperial order now, as long as we live, the memory of the Midlands will live on in our hearts. Thank you, Mistress Sanderholt. I know she'll be heartened to hear that not everyone turned against her, and the Midlands. But don't give up hope. As long as the Midlands lives on in our hearts, there is hope. We will prevail. She smiled, but in the depths of her eyes, he could see for the first time into the core of her despair. She didn't believe him. Life under the order, brief as it had been brutal enough to extinguish even the spark of hope. That was why she hadn't bothered to leave Aidendrill. Where was there to go? Richard retrieved his sword from the snow and wiped its gleaming blade clean on Mriswith's hide clothes. He drove the sword home into its scabbard. They both turned at the sound of nervous whispers to see a crowd of kitchen workers gathered near the top of the steps, staring incredulously at the carnage in the snow and at Gratch. One man had picked up one of the 3-bladed knives and was turning it over, examining it. Fearing to come down the steps near Gratch, he insistently motioned for Mistress Sanderholt's attention. She gestured irritably, urging him to come to her. He appeared to be hunched more from a life of hard labor than from age, though his thinning hair was graying. He descended the steps with a rolling gait, as if carrying a heavy sack of grain on his rounded shoulders. He bobbed a quick bow of deference to Mistress Sanderholt as his gaze flicked from her to the bodies, to Gratch, to Richard, and back again to her. "What is it, Hank?"
"Trouble, Mistress Sanderholt."
"I'm a little busy at the moment with trouble of my own. Can't all you people pull bread from the ovens without me there?" His head bobbed.
"Yes, Mistress Sanderholt, but this is trouble about..."
He glared at a reeking Mriswith carcass lying nearby.
"About these things."
Richard straightened. "What about them?" Hank glanced to the sword at his hip and then diverted his eyes.
"I think it was..."
When he looked up at Gratch and the Gar smiled, the man lost his voice. "Hank, look at me." Richard waited until he complied. "The Gar won't hurt you. These things are called Mriswith. Gratch and I are the ones who killed them. Now tell me about the trouble." He scrubbed the palms of his hands on his wool trousers.
"I looked at their knives, at those 3 blades they have. That appears to be what did it."
His expression darkened.
"The news is spreading on a near panic. People have been killed. Thing is, no one saw what done it. Those killed all had their bellies slit open by something with 3 blades.
With an anguished sigh, Richard wiped a hand across his face. That's the way the Mriswith kill. They disembowel their victims, and you can't even see them coming. Where were these people killed?
All over the city. At about the same time, right at first light. From what I heard, I reckon it had to be separate killers. By the number of these Mriswith things, I'd wager I'm right. The dead mark lines, like the spokes of a wheel, all leading here. They killed whoever was in their way, men, women, even horses. The troops are in an uproar, as some of their men got it too, and the rest seem to think it's an attack of some sort. One of these Mriswith things went right through the crowd gathered out in the street. The bastard didn't bother to step around, just slashed his way right through the middle."
Hank cast a sorrowful glance to Mistress Sanderholt.
"One came through the palace, killed a maid, 2 guards, and Jocelyn."
Mistress Sanderholt gasped and covered her mouth with a bandaged hand. Her eyes slid closed as she whispered a prayer.
"I'm sorry, Mistress Sanderholt, but I don't think Jocelyn suffered. I got to her right away, and she was already gone."
"Anyone else of the kitchen staff?"
"Just Jocelyn. She was on an errand, not in the kitchens."
Gratch silently eyed Richard as he glanced up the mountain at the stone walls. The snow above was flushed pink in the dawn light. He pursed his lips in frustration as he looked out over the city again, bile raising in his throat. "Hank."
"Sir?"
Richard turned back. "I want you to get some men. Carry the Mriswith out in front of the palace and line them up along the grand entrance. Get it done now, before they freeze solid." The muscles in his jaw stood out as he ground his teeth. "Put the loose heads on pikes. Line them up nice and neat on each side, so that anyone entering the palace has to walk between them." Hank cleared his throat, as if about to protest, But then he glanced at the sword at Richard's hip and instead said, "At once, sir." He bobbed his head to Mistress Sanderholt and rushed to the palace to get help. The Mrisswith must have magic. Maybe the fear of it will at least keep the Daharans from the palace for a while. Worry lines creased her brow.
Richard, as you say, apparently these creatures have magic. Can anyone but you see these snake men when they're sneaking up, changing color?
Richard shook his head. From what I've been told, only my unique magic can sense them. But obviously, Gratch can too.
The Imperial Order preaches on the evil of magic and those who have it. What if this dream walker sent the Mrisswith to kill those with magic?
Sounds reasonable. What's your point? Her expression grave, she watched him for a long moment.
Your grandfather Zed has magic, as does Kalen.
Goosebumps tingled up his arms at hearing her voice his own thoughts aloud. I know, but I may have an idea. For now, I must do something about what's going on here, about the Order.
What can you hope to accomplish?
She took a breath and softened her tone.
I mean no offense, Richard. Though you have the gift, you are ignorant of its use. You are not a wizard. You can be of no help here. Flee while you can.
Where? If the Mrisswith can reach me here, they can reach me anywhere. There is no place to hide for long. He looked away, feeling his face heat. I know I'm no wizard.
Then what?
He turned a raptor's glare on her. Kalen, as the Mother Confessor, in the name of the Midlands, has committed the Midlands to war against the Order, against its tyranny. The Order's cause is to exterminate all magic and rule all people. If we do not fight, all free people, and all those with magic, will be murdered or enslaved. There can be no peace for the Midlands, for any land, for any free people, until the Imperial Order is crushed.
Richard, there are too many here. What can you hope to accomplish alone?
He was tired of being surprised and never knowing what was coming after him next. He was tired of being held prisoner, of being tortured, of being trained, of being lied to, of being used, of seeing helpless people slaughtered. He had to do something. Though he was no wizard, he knew wizards. Zed was only a few weeks away to the southwest. Zed would understand the need to rid Aidendril of the Imperial Order and of protecting the Wizard's Keep. If the Order destroyed that magic, who knew what would be lost for all time? If need be, there were others at the Palace of the Prophets in the Old World who might be willing and able to help. Warren was his friend. And although not fully trained, he was a wizard and knew about magic. More than Richard, anyway. Sister Verna, too, would help him. The sisters were sorceresses and had the gift, though not as powerfully as a wizard. He trusted none but Sister Verna, though. Except perhaps Prelate Annalena. He didn't like the way she kept information from him and bent the truth to serve her needs, but it had not been out of malevolence. She had done what she had to, out of concern for the living. Yes, Anne might help him. And then there was Nathan, the prophet. Nathan, living under the palace's spell for most of his life, was close to 1,000 years old. Richard couldn't even imagine what that man knew. He had known that Richard was a war wizard, the first to be born in thousands of years, and helped him to understand and accept its meaning. Nathan had helped him before, and Richard was reasonably sure he would again. Nathan was a Ral, Richard's ancestor. Desperate thoughts churned through his mind. The aggressor makes the rules. Somehow I must change them.
What are you going to do?
Richard glared out at the city. I must do something they don't expect. He ran his fingers over the raised gold wire spelling out the word truth on the hilt of the sword, and at the same time felt the seething texture of its magic. I wear the sword of truth, conferred on me by a real wizard. I have a duty. I am the seeker. In a haze of simmering rage that rose at the thought of the people murdered by the Mrisswith, he whispered to himself, I vow to give this dreamwalker nightmares. Chapter 4.
My arms to be itching like ants, Lunetta complained. It be powerful here.
Tobias Brogan glanced back over his shoulder. Scraps and patches of tattered, faded cloth fluttered in the faint light as Lunetta scratched herself. Amid the ranks of men bedecked with gleaming armor and mail, draped with crimson capes, her squat form hunched atop her horse looked as if it peered out from a rag pile. Her plump cheeks dimpled with the gap-toothed grin as she chortled to herself and scratched again. Brogan's mouth twisted in disgust, and he turned away, knuckling his wiry mustache as his gaze again passed over the Wizard's Keep, up on the mountainside. The dark gray stone walls caught the first weak rays of the winter sun that blushed the snow on the higher slopes. His mouth tightened further.
Magic, I say, my Lord General, Lunetta insisted. There be magic here. Powerful magic.
She prattled on, grumbling about the way it made her skin crawl.
Be silent, you old hag. Even a half-wit wouldn't need your filthy talent to know that Aidendrill seethes with the taint of magic.
Feral eyes gleamed from under her fleshy brows.
This be different from any you have seen before, she said, in a voice too thin for the rest of her. Different from any I have ever felt before. And some may be to the southwest, too, not just here.
She scratched her forearms more vigorously as she cackled again. Brogan glowered past the throngs of people hurrying down the street, casting a critical eye at the exquisite palaces lining the wide thoroughfare called, he had been informed, King's Row. The palaces were meant to impress the viewer with the wealth, might, and spirit of the people they represented. Each structure vied for attention with towering columns, elaborate ornamentation, and flamboyant sweeps of windows, roofs, and decorated entablatures. To Tobias Brogan, they looked like nothing more than stone peacocks, an ostentatious waste, if ever he had seen one. Page 38. On a distant rise lay the sprawling Confessor's Palace, its stone columns and spires unmatched by the elegance of King's Row, and somehow whiter than the snow around it, as if trying to mask the profanity of its existence with the illusion of purity. Brogan's stare probed the recesses of that sanctuary of wickedness, the shrine to magic's power over the pious, as his bony fingers idly caressed the leather trophy case at his belt.
My Lord General, Lunetta pressed, leaning forward. Did you hear what I said?
Brogan twisted around, his polished boots creaking against the stirrup leather in the cold.
Galtero!
Eyes like black ice shone from under the brow of a polished helmet, beneath a horsehair plume dyed crimson to match the soldiers' capes. He held his reins easily in one gauntleted hand as he swayed in his saddle with the fluid grace of a mountain lion.
Lord General,
if my sister can't keep quiet when ordered to, he shot her a glare. Gag her. Lunetta darted an uneasy glance at the broad-shouldered man riding beside her, at his polished-to-perfection armor and mail, at his well-honed weapons. She opened her mouth to protest, but as she returned her gaze to those icy eyes, she closed it again and instead scratched her arms. "Forgive me, Lord General Brogan," she murmured, as she bowed her head deferentially toward her brother. Galtero aggressively sidestepped his horse closer to Lunetta, his powerful gray gelding jostling her bay mare.
Silence, Straganicha!
Her cheeks colored at the affront, and her eyes for an instant flashed with menace, but just as quickly it was gone, and she seemed to wilt into her tattered rags as her eyes lowered in submission. "I not be a witch," she whispered to herself. A brow lifted over one cold eye, causing her to sag further, and she fell silent for good. Galtero was a good man. The fact that Lunetta was sister to Lord General Brogan would count for nothing if the order were ever given. She was Straganicha, one tainted by evil. Given the word, Galtero or any of the other men would spill her lifeblood without a moment's hesitation or regret. That she was Brogan's kin only hardened him to his duty. She served as a constant reminder of the Keeper's ability to strike out at the righteous and blight even the finest of families. 7 years after Lunetta's birth, the Creator had balanced the injustice, and Tobias had been born to counter what the Keeper had corrupted. But it had been too late for their mother, who had already begun to slip into the arms of madness. From the time he was 8, when the disrepute had delivered his father into an early grave and his mother had finally and fully nestled into the bosom of madness, Tobias had been burdened with the duty of ruling the gift his sister possessed, lest it rule her. At that age, Lunetta had doted on him, and he had used that love to convince her to listen only to the Creator's wishes, and to guide her in moral conduct, the way the men of the King's Circle had schooled him. Lunetta had always needed, in fact embraced, guidance. She was a helpless soul trapped by a curse that was beyond her ability to expunge or her power to escape. Through ruthless effort, he had cleansed the ignominy of having one with the gift born into his family. It had taken most of his life, but Tobias had returned honor to the family name. He had shown them all. He had turned the stigma to his advantage, and had become the most exalted among the exalted. Tobias Brogan loved his sister, loved her enough to slit her throat himself, if need be, to free her from the keeper's tendrils, from the torment of his taint, if it ever slipped the bounds of control. She would live only so long as she was useful, only so long as she helped them root out evil, root out banelings. For now, she fought the scourge snatching at her soul, and she was useful. He realized she didn't look like much, swathed in scraps of different colored cloth. It was the one thing that brought her pleasure and kept her content, having different colors draped around her, her pretties, she called them. But the keeper had invested Lunetta with rare talent and strength. Through tenacious effort, Tobias had expropriated it. That was the flaw in the keeper's creation, the flaw in anything the keeper created. It could be used as a tool by the pious, if they were astute enough. The Creator always provided weapons to fight profanity, if one only looked for them and had the wisdom, the sheer audacity to use them. That was what impressed him about the Imperial Order. They were shrewd enough to understand this, and resourceful enough to use magic as a tool to seek out profanity and destroy it. As he did, the Order used Straganicha, and apparently valued and trusted them. He didn't like it, though, that they were allowed to roam free and unguarded to bring information and proposals, but if they ever turned against the cause, well, he always kept Lunetta nearby. Still, he didn't like being so close to evil. It repulsed him, sister or not. Dawn was just breaking, and the streets were already crowded with people. In abundance, too, were soldiers of different lands, each patrolling the grounds of their own palaces, and others, mostly Daharan, patrolling the city. Many of the troops looked ill at ease, as if they anticipated an attack at any moment. Brogan had been assured that they had everything well in hand. Never one to take on faith anything he was told, he had sent out his own patrols the night before, and they had confirmed that there were no Midland insurgents anywhere near Aidendril. Brogan always favored arriving when least expected, and in greater numbers than expected, just in case he had to take matters into his own hands. He had brought a full fist, 500 men, into the city, but if there proved to be trouble, he could always bring his main force into Aidendril. His main force had proven themselves quite capable of crushing any insurrection. Had the Daharans not been allies, the indications of their numbers would have been alarming. Though Brogan had well-founded faith in his men's abilities, only the vain fought battles when the odds were even, much less long. The Creator didn't hold the vain in kind regard. Lifting a hand, Tobias slowed the horses, lest they trample a squad of Daharan foot soldiers crossing before the column. He thought it untoward of them to be winged out in a battle formation, similar to his own flying wedge, as they crossed the main thoroughfare, but perhaps the Daharans, charged with the task of patrolling a vanquished city, were reduced to frightening footpads and cutpurses with a show of might. The Daharans, weapons to hand and looking to be in an ill mood, swept gazes over the column of cavalry bearing down on them, apparently looking for any sign of threat. Brogan thought it rather odd that they carried their weapons unsheathed. A cautious lot, the Daharans. Unconcerned with what they saw, they didn't hurry their pace. Brogan smiled. Lesser men would have stepped up their stride. Their weapons, mostly swords and battle-axes, were neither embellished nor fancy, and that in itself made them look all the more impressive. They were weapons carried because they had proven brutally effective, and not for flash. Outnumbered well over 20-fold, the men in dark leather and mail regarded all the polished metal with indifference. Polish and precision often displayed nothing more than conceit, and although in this case they were a reflection of Brogan's discipline, a display of deadly attention to detail, the Daharans probably didn't know that. Where he and his men were better known, a glimpse of their crimson capes was enough to make strong men blanch, and the glint off their polished armor was enough to make an enemy break and run. When they had come across the Rang Shada Mountains from Nakobaris, Brogan had met with one of the Order's armies, made up of men of many nations, but mostly Dahara, and had been impressed with the Daharan's general, Riggs, who had accepted counsel with interest and attention. Brogan, in fact, had been so impressed with the man that he had left some of his own troops with him to help in the conquest of the Midlands. The Order had been on its way to bring the heathen city of Ebenesia, the crown city of Gallia, to heal under the order. The Creator willing, they had succeeded. Brogan had learned that Daharans didn't hold much favor with magic, and that pleased him. That they also feared magic disgusted him. Magic was the Keeper's conduit into the world of man. The Creator was to be feared. Magic, the Keeper's witchery, was to be expunged. Until the boundary had been brought down the past spring, Dahara had been cordoned off from the Midlands for generations. So in large part, Dahara and its people were still an unknown to Brogan, a vast new territory in need of enlightenment and possibly purification. Darken Ral, the leader of Dahara, had brought the boundary down, allowing his troops to sweep into the Midlands and capture Aidendril, among other cities. If he had been more interested in confining himself to the affairs of man, Ral might have seized all of the Midlands before they could raise armies against him. But he had been more interested in pursuing magic, and that had been his undoing. Once Darken Ral was dead, assassinated by a pretender to the throne, as Brogan had heard it told, the Daharan troops had joined with the imperial order in its cause. There was no longer a place in the world for the ancient dying religion called magic. The imperial order was upon the world now. The Creator's glory would guide man. Tobias Brogan's prayers had been answered, and every day he thanked the Creator for placing him in the world at this time, when he could be at the center of it all, to see the blasphemy of magic vanquished, to lead the righteous in the final battle. This was the making of history, and he was part of it. The Creator, in fact, had recently come to Tobias in his dreams to tell him how pleased he was with his efforts. He didn't reveal this to any of his men. That might be seen as presumptuous. To be honored by the Creator was satisfaction enough. Of course he had told Lunetta, and she had been awed. After all, it wasn't often the Creator chose to speak directly to one of his children. Brogan squeezed his legs around his horse to pick up the pace as he watched the Daharans move on down a side street. None turned to see if they were to be followed or challenged, but only a fool would take that for complacency. Brogan was no fool. The throng parted for the column, giving them a wide path as they proceeded down King's Row. Brogan recognized some of the uniforms of soldiers at various palaces: Sandarians, Jarians, and Keltons. He saw no Gallians. The order must have been successful in their task at Gallia's crown city of Ebenicia. At last, Brogan saw troops from his homeland. With an impatient wave, he signaled a squad forward. Their capes, crimson to announce who they were, billowed out behind as they charged past the swordsmen, lancers, standard-bearers, and finally Brogan. Accompanied by the racket of iron shoes on stone, the horsemen charged right up the vast steps of the Nokobaree's palace. It was an edifice as garish as any of the others, with tapered, fluted columns of rare, white-veined brown marble, a difficult-to-obtain stone quarried from the mountains in eastern Nokobarees. The profligacy galled him. The regular soldiers guarding the palace stumbled back at the sight of the men on horseback and flinched into shaky salutes. The squad of horsemen herded them back farther, opening a wide corridor for the Lord General. At the top of the steps, between statues of soldiers atop rearing stallions carved from buff-colored stone, Brogan dismounted. He tossed the reins to one of the ashen-faced palace guard as he smiled out at the city, his eyes settling on the confessor's palace. Today, Tobias Brogan was in a good mood. Lately, such moods were becoming increasingly rare. He drew a deep breath of the dawn air, the dawn of a new day. The man who had taken the reins bowed as Brogan turned back. "Long live the king!" Brogan straightened his cape. "A little late for that." The man cleared his throat, working up the courage. "Sir?" "The king," Brogan said as he knuckled his mustache, "turned out to be more than all of us who loved him thought. He burned for his sins. Now, see to my horse." He gestured to another guard. "You, go tell the cooks I'm hungry. I don't want to be kept waiting." The guard backed away, bowing, as Brogan glanced up at the man still on horseback. "Galtero." The man stepped his horse closer, his crimson cape limp in the still air. "Take half the men and bring her to me. I'm going to break fast, and then I will judge her." With a gentle touch, his bony fingers absently stroked the case at his belt. Soon he would add the prize of prizes to his collection. He smiled grimly at the thought, the smile tightening the old scar at the corner of his mouth, but not touching his dark eyes. The glory of moral redress would be his. "Lunetta!"
She was staring at the confessor's palace, her motley patches of tattered cloth drawn tight to her as she idly scratched her forearms. "Lunetta!" She flinched, hearing him at last. "Yes, Lord General?" He flipped his crimson cape back over his shoulder and straightened his sash of rank. "Come, break fast with me. We'll have a talk. I'll tell you about the dream I had last night." Her eyes widened with excitement. "Another one, my Lord General?" "Yes, I should like very much to hear about it. You honor me." "Indeed." She followed as he marched through the tall, brass-bound double doors into the Nokobori's palace. "We have matters to discuss. You will listen attentively, won't you, Lunetta?" She shuffled along at his heels. "Yes, my Lord General. Always." He paused at a window with a heavy blue drape. Drawing his dress knife, he sliced a good-sized piece from the side, including a strip of edging with gold tassels. Licking her lips, Lunetta rocked from side to side, shifting her weight from one foot to the other as she waited. Brogan smiled. "A pretty for you, Lunetta?" Eyes glistening, she clutched it excitedly to herself before holding it in one place, then another, searching for the perfect spot to add it to the others. She giggled with glee. "Thank you, Lord General. It be beautiful." He marched off, Lunetta scurrying to follow behind. Portraits of royalty hung from the rich paneling, and underfoot sumptuous carpets ran into the distance. Gold-leafed frames surrounded round-topped doors to either side. Gilt-edged mirrors reflected the passing flash of crimson. A servant in brown and white livery bowed his way into the hall, holding out his arm to indicate the direction to the dining hall before scuttling along, looking sideways to be sure he kept himself clear of harm, and bowing every few steps. Tobias Brogan was not a man who had ever frightened anyone with his size, but the servants, staff, palace guard, and partially dressed officials who charged into the hall to see what was causing such a fuss all paled at the sight of him, at seeing the Lord General himself, the man who commanded the blood of the fold. At his word, banelings burned for their sins, whether they be beggars or soldiers, lords or ladies, or even kings. Chapter 5. Sister Verna stood transfixed by the flames, their depths loosing transient whorls of glittering colors and shimmering rays, alive with swaying movement, fingers twisting in a dance, luring in air that flapped their clothes in passing, and casting forth heat that would have driven them all back if not for their shields. The huge blood-red sun hung half-emerged at the horizon, at last abating the glory of the fire that had consumed the bodies. A few of the sisters around her still sobbed softly, but Sister Verna had drained all the tears she had to give. Well over 100 boys and young men stood in a ring around the fire, with twice as many Sisters of the Light and novices circled inside them. Except for one sister and one boy symbolically standing watch over the palace, and of course the one sister who had become deranged and was locked in an empty shielded room for her own good, all were on the hill above Tanamura, watching the flames leap skyward. Even with this many people standing together, each was touched by profound loneliness and stood withdrawn in introspection and prayer. As prescribed, no one spoke at the funeral rite. Sister Verna's back hurt from standing ward all night over the bodies. Through the hours of darkness, they had all stood, praying and maintaining the linked shield over the corpses in symbolic protection of the revered. At least it was a relief to be away from the incessant drumming down in the city. At first light, the shield had been dropped, and each had sent forth a flow of her Han into the pyre, igniting it. Fire, fed by magic, had raced through the stacked logs, and the two heavily shrouded bodies, one short and squat, the other tall and powerfully built, creating an inferno of divine power. They had had to search the vaults for guidance, as no one living had ever participated in the ceremony. It had not been performed in almost 800 years, 791 to be precise, the last time a prelate had died. As they had learned in the old books, only the prelate was to have her soul released to the Creator's protection in the sacred funeral rite, but in this case the sisters had all voted to grant the same privilege to the one who had struggled so valiantly to save her. The books had said that dispensation from the exclusion could only be granted by unanimous consent. It had taken heated persuasion to make it so. By custom, as the sun finally and fully gained the horizon, washing the fire with the complete spectacle of the Creator's own light, the flow of Han was withdrawn.
Their power recalled, the pyre collapsed, leaving only a stain of ash and a few charred logs to mark the site of the ceremony on the green hilltop. Smoke curled upward, dissipating into the silent, brightening day. Grayish-white ashes were all that was left in the world of the living of Prelate Annalena and the prophet Nathan. It was done. Without words, sisters began drifting away, some in solitude, others placing a comforting arm around the shoulder of a boy or a novice. Like lost souls, they meandered down the hill toward the city and the palace of the prophets, going to a home without a mother. As Sister Verna kissed her ring finger, she guessed that with the prophet also dead, they were, in a way, without a father as well. She folded her fingers together over her stomach as she absently watched the others walking off into the distance. She had never had the chance to make her peace with the prelate before she had died. The woman had used her, humiliated her, and allowed her to be abased for doing her duty and following orders. Though all sisters served the Creator, and she knew that what the prelate had done must have been for a greater good, it hurt that the prelate had exploited that fidelity. It made her feel a fool. Because Prelate Annalena had been injured in the attack by Ulyssia, a sister of the dark, and had since remained unconscious for near to 3 weeks prior to her death, Sister Verna had never had a chance to talk to her. Only Nathan had attended the prelate, trying tirelessly to heal her, but in the end he had failed. It was cruel fate that took his life too. Though Nathan had always seemed vigorous to her, the strain must have been too much for him. He had, after all, been near to 1,000 years old. She guessed he had aged in the 20-odd years she had been away seeking Richard, and finally bringing him to the palace. Sister Verna smiled at the memory of Richard. She missed him, too. He had vexed her to the limits of her tolerance, but he, too, had been a victim of the prelate's plans, although he seemed to have understood and accepted the things she had done, and had not held any ill feelings toward her. She felt a pang of heartache at the thought that Richard's love, Kaelin, had probably died in the climax of that terrible prophecy. She hoped it wasn't so. The prelate had been a resolute woman, and had orchestrated events in the lives of a great many people. Sister Verna hoped it had truly been done for the good of the Creator's children, and not simply for the prelate's own ambitions. "You look angry, Sister Verna." She turned to see young Warren standing with his hands in the opposite silver brocade sleeves of his deep violet robes. She glanced around and realized that the two of them were alone on the hillside. The others, long gone, were dark specks in the distance. "Perhaps I am, Warren." "What are you angry about, sister?" With the palms of her hands, she smoothed her dark skirt at her hips. "Maybe I'm just angry with myself." She sought to change the subject as she straightened her light blue shawl. "You're so young, in your studies, I mean, that I'm still having trouble getting used to seeing you without a Radahan." As if she had reminded him, his fingers stroked his neck where the collar had been for most of his life. "Young for those living under the spell at the palace, perhaps, but hardly young for those in the outside world. I am 157, sister. But I do appreciate that you took my collar off." He took his fingers from his neck and brushed back a lock of curly blonde hair. "It seems like the whole world has been turned upside down in the last few months." She chuckled. "I miss Richard, too." An easy grin brightened his face. "Really? He was a rare person, wasn't he? I can hardly believe that he was able to prevent the Keeper from escaping the underworld. But he had to have stopped the spirit of his father and returned the Stone of Tears to its rightful place, or we would all have been swallowed by the dead. To tell the truth, I was in a cold sweat the whole of winter solstice." Sister Verna nodded, as if to add emphasis to her sincerity. "The things you helped teach him must have been valuable. You did well, too, Warren." She studied his gentle smile for a moment, noticing how little it had changed over all the years. "I'm glad you decided to remain at the palace for a time, even though you have your collar off. We are without a prophet, it would seem." He looked to the stain of ashes. "Most of my life I've studied the prophecies down in the vaults, and I never knew that some were given by a prophet still living, much less at the palace. I wish they had told me. I wish they had let me talk to him, learn from him. Now the chance is lost. Nathan was a dangerous man, an enigma who none of us could ever fully understand or trust. But maybe it was wrong of them to prevent you from visiting him. Know that in time, when you learned more, the sisters would have allowed it, if not required it." He glanced away. "But now the chance has been lost."
Warren, now that you have the collar off, I know you're anxious to go out into the world. But you've said that you intend to stay at the palace, at least for a time, to study. The palace is without a prophet now. I think you should consider the fact that your gift manifests itself strongly in that area. You could someday be a prophet. A gentle breeze rippled his robes as he looked out over the green hills toward the palace. Not only my gift, but my interest, my hopes, have always involved the prophecies. I've only recently begun to understand them in a way that no one else does. But understanding them is different than giving them. It takes time, Warren. Why, when Nathan was your age, I'm sure he was no more advanced in prophecy than you. If you stayed and continued to study, I believe that in 400 or 500 years you might be a prophet as great as Nathan. He was silent for a time. But there's a whole world out there. I've heard there are books at the Wizard's Keep in Aidendrill, and other places too. Richard said there are sure to be many at the People's Palace in Dahara. I want to learn, and there may be things to know that can't be found here. Sister Verna rolled her shoulders to ease their ache. The Palace of the Prophets is spelled, Warren. If you leave, you will age the same as those outside. Look at what's happened to me in a scant 20-odd years away from it. Even though we were born only a year apart, you still look as if you should be thinking of marriage. And I look as if I should be preparing to bounce a grandchild on my knee. Now that I'm back, I will age by the palace's time again. But what has been lost cannot be recovered. Warren averted his eyes. I think you see more wrinkles than are there, Sister Verna. She smiled in spite of herself. Did you know, Warren, that I was once smitten with you? He was so astonished he stumbled back a step. Me? You can't be serious. When? Oh, it was a long time ago. Well over 100 years, I would suppose. You were so scholarly and intelligent with all that curly blonde hair, and those blue eyes made my heart race. Sister Verna. She couldn't hold back a chuckle as his face went crimson. It was long ago, Warren, and I was young, as were you. It was a fleeting infatuation. Her smile ghosted away. Now you seem a child to me, and I look old enough to be your mother. Being away from the palace has aged me in more ways than one. Out there, you will have a few brief decades to learn what you could before you grow old and die. Here, you would have the time to learn and perhaps become a prophet. Books from those places could always be borrowed and brought here for study. You're the closest thing we have to a prophet. With the prelate and Nathan dead, you may know more about the prophecies than anyone alive now. We need you, Warren. He turned to the sunlight shimmering off the spires and roofs of the palace. I'll think on it, sister. That's all I ask, Warren. With a sigh, he turned back. What now? Who do you think will be chosen as the new prelate? They had learned through their research of the funeral rite that the process of selecting a new prelate was quite involved. Warren would know of it. Few knew the books in the vaults as well as he. She shrugged. The post requires vast experience and knowledge. That means it would have to be one of the older sisters. Leoma Marsic would be a likely candidate, or Philippa, or Dulcinea. Sister Marin, of course, would be a top nominee. There are any number of qualified sisters. I could name at least 30, though I doubt that more than a dozen truly have a serious chance to become prelate. He absently rubbed the side of his nose with a finger. I suppose you're right. Sister Verna had no doubt that sisters were already maneuvering to place themselves in contention, if not at the top of the list, with the less venerated choosing their champion and forming rank to back her, doing their best to see to it that she was selected and hoping to be awarded a position of influence if their favorite became the new prelate. As the field of candidates narrowed, the more influential sisters who hadn't yet chosen sides would be courted until they were won over to one or another of the leading sisters. It was a momentous decision, one that would affect the palace for hundreds of years to come. It would likely be a bitter battle. Sister Verna sighed. I don't look forward to the struggle, but I guess that the selection process must be rigorous so that the strongest will become prelate. It could drag on for a long time. We could be without a prelate for months, maybe a year. Who are you going to support, sister? She barked a laugh. Me? You're only seeing the wrinkles again, Warren. They don't change the fact that I'm one of the younger sisters. I have no influence among those who would count. Well, I think you had better try to get some influence. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. even though there was no one around. The 6 sisters of the dark who escaped on that ship, remember? She looked to his blue eyes and frowned. What does that have to do with who will become prelate? Warren twisted the robes at his stomach into a violet knot. Who's to say there were only 6? What if there's another at the palace? Or another dozen? Or 100? Sister Verna, you're the only sister I trust to be a true sister of the light. You must do something to ensure that a sister of the dark doesn't become prelate. She glanced to the palace in the distance. I told you, I'm one of the younger sisters. My word holds no sway, and the others know that the sisters of the dark all escaped. Warren looked away, trying to smooth out the wrinkles in his robes. Suddenly he turned back, suspicion creasing his brow. You think I'm right, don't you? You think there are still sisters of the dark at the palace? She met his intense eyes with a placid expression. While I don't think it entirely out of the realm of possibility, there is no reason to believe it is so. And beyond that, it is only one of a great many matters that must be taken into consideration when... Don't give me that double talk that comes so easily to sisters. This is important. Sister Verna stiffened. You are a student, Warren, speaking to a sister of the light. Show the proper respect. I'm not being disrespectful, sister. Richard helped me to see that I must stand up for myself and for what I believe. Besides, you're the one who took my collar off. And as you said, we're the same age. You are not my elder. You are still a student who you yourself said probably knows more about the prophecies than anyone else. In that, sister, you are my student. I admit that you know more than I about a great many things, like the use of Han, but I know more than you about some things. Part of the reason you took the rod of Han from around my neck is because you know it's wrong to hold someone captive. I respect you as a sister, and for the good you do, and for the knowledge you have, but I am no longer a captive of the sisters. You have earned my respect, sister, not my submission. She studied his blue eyes for a long moment. Who would have known what was under that collar? At last she nodded. You're right, Warren. I suspect there are others at the palace who have given a soul oath to the keeper himself. Others? Warren searched her eyes. You didn't say sisters. You said others. You mean young wizards, too, don't you? Have you so soon forgotten Jedediah? He paled a little. No, I haven't forgotten Jedediah. As you said, where there is one, there could be others. Some of the young men at the palace could be sworn to the keeper, too. He hunched closer to her as he knotted his robes again. Sister Verna, what are we going to do about it? We can't allow a sister of the dark to become prelate. It would be a disaster. We must be sure one of them doesn't become prelate. And how would we know if she was sworn to the keeper? Worse, what could we do about it? They have command of subtractive magic. We don't. Even if we could find out who they are, we couldn't do anything about it. It would be like reaching into a sack and grabbing a viper by its tail. Warren paled. I never thought of that. Sister Verna clasped her hands. We'll think of something. Perhaps the Creator will guide us. Maybe we could get Richard to return and help us, like he did with those 6 sisters of the dark. At least we've seen the last of those 6. They'll never show their faces again. Richard put the fear of the Creator in them and sent them running. And in the process, the prelate was hurt and later died along with Nathan, she reminded him. Death walks with that man. Not because he brings it, Warren protested. Richard is a war wizard. He fights for what's right, to help people. If he hadn't done as he did, the prelate and Nathan would have only been the beginning of all the death and destruction. She squeezed his arm. Her tone softened. Of course, you're right. We all owe Richard a great debt. But needing him and finding him are 2 different things. My wrinkles attest to that. Sister Verna let her hand drop. I don't think we can count on anyone but each other. We'll think of something. Warren fixed her with a dark expression. We had better. The prophecies hold ominous portent about the next prelate's reign. Back in the city of Tanamura, they were once again surrounded by the incessant sound of drums coming from various directions, a booming, low-pitched, steady cadence that seemed to vibrate deep in her chest. It was unnerving, and, she supposed, meant to be. The drummers and their guards had arrived 3 days before the prelate's death, and in short order had set up their huge kettle drums at various stations around the city. Once they had started the slow, steady beat, it had not stopped day or night. Men took shifts at the drums so that they never ceased even for a moment. The pervasive sound had slowly set the people's nerves on edge, making everyone irritable and short-tempered, as if doom itself were lurking in the shadows, just out of sight, waiting to pounce. Instead of the usual shouting, talking, laughing, and music, a backdrop of eerie quiet added to the brooding mood. At the outskirts of the city, the indigent people who had erected lean-to shelters cowered in them instead of engaging in conversation, hawking small items, washing clothes in buckets, or cooking on small fires as they usually did. Shopkeepers stood in doorways or at simple plank tables set up to display their goods, their arms folded and scowls on their faces. Men pulling carts bent somberly to their tasks. People needing goods made their purchases quickly, making no more than a perfunctory examination of the wares. Children kept a hand clutched to their mother's skirts as their eyes darted about. Men whom she had seen playing at dice or other games in the past huddled against walls. In the distance, at the Palace of the Prophets, a single bell tolled every few minutes, as it had all the night before, and would until the sun set, announcing to all that the prelate was dead. The drums, however, had nothing to do with the prelate's death. Manned by soldiers, they announced the impending arrival of the emperor. Sister Verna met the troubled eyes of people she passed. She touched the heads of the scores who approached, seeking solace, and offered the Creator's blessing. "I only remember kings," she said to Warren, "not this imperial order. Who is this emperor?" "His name is Jagang. 10, maybe 15 years ago, the imperial order started swallowing up the kingdoms, joining them together under its rule." With one finger, he rubbed his temple in thought. "I spent most of my time in the vault studying, you understand, so I'm not sure of all the details. But from what I gather, they swiftly came to dominate the old world, joining it all under their rule. The emperor hasn't ever caused any trouble, though. At least, not way up here in Tanamura. He stays out of palace business and expects us to stay out of his." "Why is he coming here?" Warren shrugged. "I don't know. Perhaps just to visit this part of his empire." After conferring the Creator's blessing on a gaunt woman, Sister Verna stepped around a trail of fresh horse dung as she resumed walking. "Well, I wish he would hurry up and get here so that infernal drumming would cease. They've been at it 4 days now. His arrival must be imminent." Warren glanced around before speaking. "The palace guards are Imperial Order troops. As a courtesy, the Emperor provides them, since he allows no men-at-arms but his own. Anyway, I talked to one of the guards, and he told me that the drums are only meant to announce that the Emperor is coming, not that he will be here soon. He said that when the Emperor visited Breeston, the drums sounded for nearly 6 months beforehand." 6 months? You mean we must endure this racket for months?" Warren hitched up his robes and stepped over a puddle. "Not necessarily. He could arrive in months or tomorrow. He doesn't deign to announce when he will arrive, only that he will." Sister Verna scowled. "Well, if he doesn't arrive soon, the sisters will see to it that those infernal drums stop." "That would be fine by me, but this emperor sounds like someone not to be treated casually. I've heard that he has an army more vast than any ever assembled." He gave her a meaningful look. "And that includes the great war that separated the old world from the new." Her eyes narrowed. "Why would he need such an army if he has already seized all of the old kingdoms?" "Sounds to me like it's just idle talk of soldiers. Soldiers always like to boast." Warren shrugged. "The guards told me they've seen it with their own eyes. They said that when the order masses, they cover the ground in every direction as far as the eye can see. What do you think the palace will make of it when he comes here?" "Bah! The palace has no interest in politics." Warren grinned. "You never were one to be intimidated. Our business is with the Creator's wishes, not an emperor's, that's all. The palace will remain long after he's gone." After walking in silence for a time, Warren cleared his throat. "You know, way back when we hadn't been here long and you were still a novice, well, I was enamored of you." Sister Verna stared over incredulously. "Now you're mocking me." "No, it's true." His face reddened. "I thought your curly brown hair was the most beautiful I'd ever seen. You were smarter than the others, and commanded your Han with sureness. I thought there was no one your equal. I wanted to ask you to study with me." "Why didn't you?" He shrugged. "You were always so sure of yourself, so confident. I never was." He brushed his hair back self-consciously. Besides, you were interested in Jedediah. I was nothing to compare to him. I always thought you would just laugh." She realized she was smoothing back her hair and let her arm fall. "Well, perhaps I would have." She thought better of the slight. People can be foolish when they are young. A woman with a young child approached and fell to her knees before them. Verna paused to bestow the Creator's blessing on them. As the woman thanked her and then hurried away, Sister Verna turned to Warren. "You could go away for 20 years or so to study those books you were so interested in and catch up in age with me. We'd look the same age again. Then you could ask to hold my hand, like I wanted you to, back then." They both looked up at the sound of someone calling out to them. Through the throng of shuffling people, she saw one of the palace guard waving his arm to get their attention. "Isn't that Kevin Andelmere?" she asked. Warren nodded. "I wonder what he's so stirred up about." A breathless swordsman Andelmere vaulted over a small boy and stumbled to a halt before them.
Sister Verna, good. I found you at last. They want you. At the palace. Right now.
"Who wants me? What about?" He gulped air and tried to talk at the same time.
The sisters want you. Sister Leoma grabbed me by my ear and told me to go find you and bring you back. She said that if I was slow about it, I'd rue the day my mother bore me. There must be trouble."
"What kind of trouble?" He threw his hands up.
When I asked, she gave me that look sisters give that can melt a man's bones and told me it was sister business and none of mine.
Sister Verna let out a tired sigh. "I guess we best return with you then, or they'll skin you and use your hide for a flag." The young soldier blanched, as if he believed her. Chapter 6. On the arched stone bridge that led over the River Kern to Hallsband Island and the Palace of the Prophets, Sisters Philippa, Dulcinea, and Marin stood in a row, shoulder to shoulder, like three hawks watching their dinner approach. They clutched their hands impatiently at their waists. The sun at their backs cast their faces in shadow, but Sister Verna could still make out the scowls. Warren walked onto the bridge with her, as Swordsman Andelmere, his duty accomplished, hurried off in another direction. Gray-haired Sister Dulcinea, her jaw set, leaned closer as Sister Verna came to a stop before her. "Where have you been? You've kept everyone waiting." The drums in the city kept up their beat in the background like the slow drip of rain. Sister Verna put them from her mind. "I've been for a walk reflecting on the future of the palace and the Creator's work. What with Prelate Annalina's ashes hardly cold yet, I didn't suspect the backbiting was to begin so soon." Sister Dulcinea leaned even closer, her penetrating blue eyes taking on a dangerous gleam. "Don't you dare get impudent with us, Sister Verna, or you will quickly find yourself a novice again. Now that you have returned to life at the palace, you had better begin bethinking its ways and start showing your superiors the proper respect." Sister Dulcinea returned her back to straight, as if retracting claws now that the threat had been delivered. She expected no argument. Sister Marin, a stocky woman with muscles like a woodsman and a tongue to match, smiled with satisfaction. Tall, dark Sister Philippa, her prominent cheekbones and narrow jaw giving her an exotic look, kept her dark eyes on Sister Verna, watching from behind an expressionless mask. "Superiors?" Sister Verna said. "We are all equal in the Creator's eyes." "Equal?" Sister Marin sniffed irritably. "An interesting concept. If we were to call an assembly of review to consider the matter of your contentious attitude, you would find out just how equal you are, and would likely find yourself once again doing chores with the rest of my novices. Only this time you wouldn't have Richard here to intercede and get you out of it." "Really, Sister Marin?" Sister Verna lifted an eyebrow. "Is that so?" Warren inched behind her into her shadow. "I seem to recall, and correct me if I'm mistaken, that the last time I got out of it, you said it was because you had prayed to the Creator, and it had come to you that I would best serve him if I were returned to Sister. Now you say it was Richard's doing. Am I mistaken in my recollection?" "You would question me?" Sister Marin pressed her hands together so tightly that her knuckles turned white. "I was punishing insolent novices 200 years before you were born. How dare you—" "You've now told two versions of the same event. Since both can't be true, that means that one would have to be untrue, yes? It would seem you have been caught in a lie, Sister Marin. I would think that you, of all people, would work to keep herself from falling into the habit of lying. The Sisters of the Light hold honesty in high regard and abhor lying. even more than they abhor irreverence. And what penance has my superior, the head mistress of the novices, prescribed for herself to make amends for lying?" My, Sister Dulcinea said with a smirk. "Such boldness! Were I you, Sister Verna, and thinking of placing myself in contention for prelate, as you seem to be doing, I would get that presumptuous notion right out of my head. When Sister Leoma was through with you, there wouldn't be enough left for her to pick her teeth with." Sister Verna returned the smirk. "So, Sister Dulcinea, you intend to back Sister Leoma, yes? Or are you just trying to conjure a task to get her out of your way while you seek the post?" Sister Philippa spoke up in a quiet, authoritative voice. "Enough. We have more important matters to attend. Let's get this sham over with so we can get on with the selection process." Sister Verna planted her fists on her hips. "And just what sham would that be?" Sister Philippa turned gracefully toward the palace, her simple but elegant yellow robe flowing behind. "Follow us, Sister Verna. You have delayed us long enough. You are the last, and then we can be on with our business. We will take up the matter of your insolence at another time." The other two sisters fell in beside her as she glided off over the bridge. Sister Verna and Warren exchanged a questioning look and then started after them. Warren slowed his pace, letting the three sisters lengthen their lead to a dozen paces. With a frown, he leaned close so he could whisper without them hearing. "Sister Verna, I sometimes think you could make a sunny day angry with you. It's been so peaceful around here for the last 20 years that I had forgotten how much trouble that tongue of yours could cause. Why would you do this? Do you just enjoy making trouble to no good end?" He rolled his eyes at her withering scowl and changed the subject. "What do you suppose those three are doing together? I thought they would be adversaries." Sister Verna glanced at the three sisters to make sure they couldn't hear. "If you want to put a knife in the back of your opponent, so to speak, you must first get close enough." In the heart of the palace, before the thick walnut doors to the great hall, the three sisters came to such an abrupt halt that Sister Verna and Warren almost ran up onto their heels. The three turned. Sister Philippa put the fingertips of one hand to Warren's chest and forced him back a step. She lifted one long, graceful finger to his face, letting it hover an inch from his nose as she fixed him with a cold glare. "This is sister business." She glanced to his bare neck. "And after the new prelate, whoever she may be, is installed, you will have to have a Radahan put back around your neck if you wish to remain at the Palace of the Prophets. We will not abide boys who cannot be properly controlled." Sister Verna anchored an unseen hand on the small of Warren's back to keep him from retreating. "I took his collar off under my authority as a sister of the light. The commitment has been made on behalf of the palace. It will not be reversed." Sister Philippa's dark gaze slid to her. "We will discuss this matter later at an appropriate time." "Let's be finished with this," Sister Dulcinea said. "We need to be on with more important business." Sister Philippa nodded. "Come with us, Sister Verna." Warren stood hunched, looking lost, as one of the sisters used her hand to cast open the heavy doors, allowing the three to march through. Not wanting to look like a scolded puppy following them in, Sister Verna quickened her pace to walk beside them instead. Sister Dulcinea let out a noisy breath. Sister Marin invoked one of her famous looks, with which unfortunate novices were so familiar, but she didn't voice a protest. Sister Philippa showed the slightest hint of a smile. Anyone watching might have thought that it had been in her direction that Sister Verna walked beside them. At the inner edge of the low ceiling, between white columns with gold capitals carved to portray curled oak leaves, they came to a halt where Sister Leoma waited with her back to them. She was about Sister Verna's size. Her shock of straight white hair, tied loosely with a single golden ribbon, hung halfway down her back. She wore a modest brown dress that cleared the floor by a scant inch. Beyond, the great hall opened into a vast chamber capped with a huge vaulted ceiling. Stained glass windows behind the upper balcony cast colored light across the ribbed dome, painted with the figures of sisters, attired in the old style of robes, surrounding a glowing figure meant to represent the Creator. His arms outstretched, he looked to be extending his affection to the sisters, all of whom in turn had their arms extended tenderly toward him. At the ornate stone railings of the two-tiered balconies ringing the room, sisters and novices stood silently gazing down. Around the polished, zigzag-patterned floor stood sisters. Those, Sister Verna noted, mostly older and of higher status. Sporadic coughs echoed around the huge room, but no one spoke. In the center of the room, beneath the figure representing the Creator, stood a single waist-high, white-fluted column bathed in a faint glow of light. The light had no apparent source. The ring of sisters stood well back from the column and its obscure shroud of illumination, giving it as much room as possible. As well they should, if the glow was what Sister Verna suspected. A small object, she couldn't tell what, sat atop the flat-topped column. Sister Leoma turned. "Ah, glad to have you join us, Sister." "Is that what I think it is?" Sister Verna asked. A slight smile crooked the creases lining Sister Leoma's face. "If you are thinking it's a light web, then it is. Not half of us, I would venture, have the talent or power to spin one. Quite remarkable, don't you think?" Sister Verna squinted, trying to tell what sat on the column. "I've never seen that pedestal before. Not in here, anyway. What is it? Where did it come from?" Sister Philippa stared at the white pillar in the center of the room. Her arrogant demeanor had vanished. "When we came back from the funeral, it was here waiting." Sister Verna glanced back to the pedestal. "What's atop it?" Sister Leoma clasped her hands. "It's the prelate's ring, her ring of office." "The prelate's ring? What in creation is it doing there?" Sister Philippa lifted an eyebrow. "What indeed?" Sister Verna could just detect a hint of disquiet in those dark eyes. "Well, what is—" "Just go and try to pick it up," Sister Dulcinea said. "Not that you will succeed, of course," she added under her breath. "We don't know what it's doing here," Sister Leoma said, her voice taking on a more familiar sister-to-sister intonation. "When we came back, it was here. We tried to examine it, but we can't get close. In view of the peculiar nature of the shield, we reasoned that before we proceed, it would be wise to see if there are any of us who could get near and maybe discern the purpose. We've all tried to approach, but none can. You are the last to endeavor to reach it." Sister Verna drew up her shawl. "What happens when you try to approach?" Sisters Dulcinea and Marin looked away. Sister Philippa held Sister Verna's gaze. "It is not pleasant. Not pleasant at all." Sister Verna wasn't surprised by that. It surprised her only that no one had been hurt. "It borders on criminal behavior to ignite a light shield and leave it where some innocent could accidentally walk into it." "Not likely," Sister Leoma said. "Not considering where it is, anyway. The cleaning staff found it. They were wise enough to stay away." It was ominous in the extreme that none of the sisters had been able to break the shield to get to the ring, as Sister Verna was positive they had attempted. It would be a significant accomplishment if one of them could demonstrate that she had the power to recover the prelate's ring on her own. She glanced over at Sister Leoma. "Have you tried linking webs to drain the shield?" Sister Leoma shook her head. "We decided that first, each would be given a chance on the theory that it might be a shield keyed to an individual sister. We don't know what could possibly be the purpose of that, but if true, and it is a defensive shield, then linking and trying to drain its power could very well destroy what is being protected. You're the only one who hasn't tried." She let out a tired sigh. "We even brought Sister Simona up here." Sister Verna lowered her voice in the sudden silence. "Is she any better?" Sister Leoma stared up at the painting of the Creator. "She still hears voices, and last night, while we were up on the hill, had another of her deranged dreams." "Go and see if you can retrieve the ring so we can get back to the selection process," Sister Dulcinea said. She shot a forbidding look at Sister Philippa and Leoma, as if to say there had been enough talking. Sister Philippa noted the look without expression or comment. Sister Marin glanced impatiently to the soft glow under which sat the object of their desire. Sister Leoma gestured with a gnarled hand toward the white column. "Verna, dear, bring us the ring if you are able. We have palace business to get back to. If you are not able, well, then we will be forced to use a link to drain the shield and attempt to retrieve the prelate's ring. Go now, child." Sister Verna took a deep breath, deciding not to make an issue of being called child by another sister, a peer, and started off across the polished floor, her footfalls echoing around the vast room, the only sound except the muted distant beat of drums. Sister Leoma was an elder, she supposed, and due a certain amount of deference. She glanced up toward the balconies and saw her friends, Sisters Amelia, Phoebe, and Janet, offering her weak smiles. Sister Verna set her jaw and marched onward. She couldn't imagine what the prelate's ring would be doing under such a dangerous shield, a shield of light. Something was wrong. Her breath quickened at the thought that it might be the doing of a sister of the dark. One of them might have keyed the shield to her, suspecting she knew too much. Her pace slowed a bit. If that were true and it was a trick to eliminate her, she very well could be incinerated without so much as a hint of warning. Only the sound of her footsteps echoed in her ears as she felt the outer bounds of the web. She could see the glint off the gold ring. Muscles tense, she expected something unpleasant, as the others had obviously experienced, but she felt only warmth like a summer sun. Slowly, step by step, she proceeded, but it grew no hotter. By the few small gasps she heard, she knew that none of the others had gotten this far. She also knew that that didn't mean she would be able to go all the way, or to escape. Through the soft white glow, she could see the sisters beyond, their eyes wide as they watched. And then, as if in the hazy light of a dream, she was standing before the pedestal. The light at the center of the shield had become bright enough that she couldn't make out the faces of those beyond. The prelate's gold ring sat on a folded piece of parchment, sealed closed with red wax imprinted with the sunburst pattern from the ring. Writing was partially visible underneath the ring. Sliding the ring to the side, she turned the parchment with one finger so she could read it. If you wish to escape this web alive, put the ring on the third finger of your left hand, kiss it, then break the seal and read my words inside to the other sisters, it said, and was signed Prelate Annalena Aldurin. Sister Verna stared at the words. They seemed to stare back, waiting. She didn't know what to do. She recognized the prelate's handwriting all too well, but realized it could be a forgery. If it was a dark sister's trick, especially one with a flair for the dramatic, following the instructions could kill her. If it wasn't, then not following them could. She stood frozen a moment, trying to come up with alternatives. None would come to mind. Sister Verna reached out and picked up the ring. Gasps of surprise came from the darkness beyond. She turned the ring over in her fingers, inspecting the sunburst pattern and the wear of age. It was warm to the touch, as if heated from an inner source. It looked like the prelate's ring, and a feeling in her gut told her it was. She glanced down at the words on the parchment again. If you wish to escape this web alive, put the ring on the third finger of your left hand, kiss it, then break the seal and read my words inside to the other sisters. Prelate Annalena Aldurin. Sister Verna, her breath coming shallow and labored, slipped the ring onto the third finger of her left hand. She brought the hand to her lips and kissed the ring as she said a silent prayer to the Creator, seeking guidance and strength. She flinched as a beam shot from the figure of the Creator above her, bathing her in a bright shaft of light. The air about her fairly hummed. There were short-clipped screams and squeals from the sisters around the room, but in the light as she was, she could not see them. Sister Verna lifted the parchment in her trembling fingers. The air hummed more intensely. She wanted to run, but broke the wax seal instead. The shaft of light coming from the image of the Creator above intensified to blinding brilliance. Sister Verna unfolded the parchment and looked up, though she couldn't see the faces around her. Upon penalty of death, I am directed to read this letter. No one made a sound, so she looked down at the neatly scribed words. It says, "Know all those assembled, and those not here, my last command." Sister Verna paused and swallowed, as sisters gasped. These are trying times, and the palace can ill afford a protracted battle to succeed me. I will not allow it. I am exercising my prerogative as prelate, as set down in palace canon, to name my successor. She stands before you wearing the ring of her office. The sister reading this is now prelate. The sisters of the light will obey her. All will obey her. The spell I have left over the ring was drawn with the aid and guidance of the Creator himself. Defy my bidding at your peril. To the new prelate, you are charged to serve and protect the Palace of the Prophets and all it stands for. May the light cradle and guide you always. In my own hand, before I pass from this life into the gentle hands of the Creator, Prelate Annalena Alduran. With a boom that shook the ground beneath her feet, the beam of light and the glow around her extinguished. Verna Soventrine let the hand holding the letter fall to her side as she looked up into the circle of stunned faces. The vast hall filled with a soft rustle as the Sisters of the Light began going to a knee and bowing their heads to their new prelate. "This can't be," she whispered to herself. As she shuffled across the polished floor, she let the letter slip from her fingers. Sisters cautiously scurried in behind to snatch it up to read for themselves the last words of Prelate Annalena Alduran. The four sisters came to their feet as she approached. Sister Marin's fine sandy hair framed an ashen face. Sister Dulcinea's blue eyes were wide and her face red. Sister Philippa's usually placid expression was now a picture of consternation. Sister Leoma's wrinkled cheeks spread into a kindly smile. "You will be in need of advice and guidance, Prelate." Her smile was spoiled by the way she swallowed involuntarily. "We will be available to help in any way we can. Please consider us at your disposal. We are here to serve." "Thank you," Verna said in a weak voice, as she started out again, her feet seeming to move of their own accord. Warren waited outside. She pushed the doors closed and stood in a daze before the young, blonde-headed wizard. Warren went to a knee in a deep bow. "Prelate." He glanced up with a grin. "I was listening at the door," he explained. "Don't call me that." Her own voice sounded hollow to her. "Why not? It's who you are, now." His grin grew. "This is—" She turned and started away, her mind at last beginning to function again. "Come with me." "Where are we going?" Verna crossed her lips with a finger, and over her shoulder shot him a scowl that snapped his mouth shut. Warren scurried to catch up with her as she marched off. Once beside her, he lengthened his stride to keep pace as she proceeded out of the Palace of the Prophets. Whenever he looked as if he might open his mouth again, she crossed her lips with the finger. He at last sighed, stuffed his hands in the opposite sleeves of his robes, and set his gaze ahead as he strode along beside her. Novices and young men outside the palace who had heard the riot of bells proclaiming the new prelate named saw the ring and bowed. Verna kept her eyes ahead as she passed them. The guards on the bridge over the River Kern bowed as she crossed. Once over the river, she descended to the bank and walked along the path through the rushes. Warren hurried to keep up with her as she passed the small docks, all empty now, the boats out on the river with their fishermen casting nets or dragging lines as they rowed slowly upriver. They would soon be returning to sell their fish at the market in the city. A ways upriver from the Palace of the Prophets, at a deserted flat patch of ground near an outcropping of rock around which the water gurgled and splashed, she came to a halt. Scowling into the swirling water, she planted her fists on her hips. "I swear, if that meddlesome old woman wasn't dead, I'd strangle her with my bare hands." "What are you talking about?" Warren asked. "The prelate. If she weren't in the hands of the Creator right now, I'd have mine around her throat." Warren chuckled. "That would be quite the sight, prelate." "Don't call me that!" Warren frowned. "But that's who you are now. The prelate." She snatched his robes at each shoulder in her fists. "Warren, you have to help me. You have to get me out of this." "What? But this is wonderful, Verna. You're prelate now." "No, I can't be. Warren, you know all the books down in the vaults. You've studied palace law. You have to find something to get me out of this. There has to be a way. You can find something in the books that will prevent this." "Prevent it? It's done. And besides, this is the best thing that could happen." He cocked his head to the side. "Why did you bring me way down here?" She released his robes. "Warren, think. Why was the prelate killed?" "She was killed by Sister Ulyssia, one of the Sisters of the Dark. She was killed because she fought their evil." "No, Warren, I said think." "She was killed because one day in her office she told me that she knew about the Sisters of the Dark. Sister Ulyssia was one of her administrators, and she overheard the prelate voice her knowledge." She leaned toward him. "The room was shielded. I made sure of it. But what I didn't realize at the time is that the Sisters of the Dark might be able to use subtractive magic. Sister Ulyssia heard right through the shield and came back to kill the prelate. Out here, we could see if anyone is close enough to hear us talk. There's no corner for them to be hiding around." She nodded toward the babbling water. And the water masks the sound of our voices.
Warren glanced nervously about.
I see what you mean. But, Prelate, water can sometimes carry sounds quite a distance. I said stop calling me that. With the sounds of the day all about, and if we speak softly, the water will mask our voices. We can't risk talking about any of this in the palace. If we must discuss any of this, we must always go out into the country, where we can see if anyone is close. Now I need you to find a way for me to be removed from the post of prelate. Warren sighed out in exasperation. Stop saying that. You're qualified to be prelate, perhaps more qualified than any of the other sisters. Besides experience, the prelate must be one with exceptional power. He looked away when she lifted an eyebrow. I have unlimited access to anything in the vaults. I've read the reports. His gaze returned. When you captured Richard, the other two sisters died, and in so doing passed their power on to you. You have the power, the Han of 3 sisters. That is scarcely the only requirement, Warren. He leaned forward. As I said, I've unlimited access to the books. I know the requirements. There is nothing that would disqualify you. You fit all the requirements. You should be elated to be prelate. This is the best thing that could happen. Sister Verna sighed. Have you lost your wits along with your collar? What possible reason would I have for wanting to be prelate? Now, we can ferret out the Sisters of the Dark. Warren smiled confidentially. You will have the authority to do what must be done. His blue eyes sparkled. Like I said, this is the best possible thing that could happen. She threw her hands up. Warren, my becoming prelate is the worst possible thing that could happen. The mantle of authority is as restricting as the collar you're so happy to be rid of. Warren frowned. What do you mean? She smoothed back her curly brown hair. Warren, the prelate is a prisoner of her authority. Did you often see Prelate Annalena? No. And why not? Because she was in her office overseeing the administration of the Palace of the Prophets. She had 1,000 things to attend to, 1,000 questions that demanded her attention, hundreds of sisters and young men that needed to be overseen, including the constant dilemma of Nathan. You don't know the kind of trouble that man could cause. He had to be kept under constant guard. The prelate can never drop in to visit a sister or a young man in training. They would be in a panic, wondering what they had done wrong, what the prelate had been told about them. The prelate's conversations can never be casual. They are always charged with the perception of hidden meaning. It's not because she wants it that way. It's simply that she holds a position of sweeping authority, and no one can ever forget that. When she ventures out of her complex, she is immediately surrounded by the pomp and ceremony of her office. If she goes to the dining hall to have dinner, no one has the courage to carry on with their conversation. Everyone sits silently and watches her, hoping she won't look their way, or worse yet, ask them to join her at her table. Warren wilted a little. I never thought about it that way. If your suspicions about the Sisters of the Dark are true, and I'm not saying they are, then being prelate would hinder my discovering who they are. It didn't hinder Prelate Annalena. Do you know that? Maybe if she wasn't prelate, she would have discovered them ages ago, when she would have been able to do something about it. She might have been able to eradicate them before they began killing our boys and stealing their Han and became so powerful. As it was, her discovery came too late and only resulted in her death. But they may fear your knowledge and reveal themselves in some way. If there are Sisters of the Dark in the palace, then they know of my involvement in discovering the 6 who escaped. And if anything, they will be glad to have me be prelate, so as to tie my hands and keep me out of the way. Warren touched a finger to his lip. But it must be of some help to have you be prelate. It will only prove a hindrance in stopping the Sisters of the Dark. Warren, you have to help me. You know the books. There must be something that can get me out of this. Prelate, stop calling me that. Warren winced in frustration. But that's who you are. I can call you no less. She sighed. The prelate, Prelate Annalena, asked her friends to call her Anne. If I am the prelate now, then I ask you to address me as Verna. Warren thought it over with a frown. Well, I guess we are friends. Warren, we are more than friends. You are the only one I can trust. There is no one else now. He nodded. Verna, then. He twisted his mouth as he thought. Verna, you're right. I know the books. I know the requirements, and you fit them all. You're young for a prelate, but only by precedent. There's no prohibition in law about age. More than that, you have the Han of 3 sisters. There is no sister of the light anyway, who is your equal. That in itself makes you more than qualified. Power, the command of Han, is a prime consideration to be prelate. Warren, there has to be something. Think. His blue eyes reflected the depth of his knowledge and regret. Verna, I know the books. They're explicit. Once lawfully named, they specifically forbid the prelate from abandoning her duty. Only in death may she cede the calling. Short of Annalena Alduran coming back to life and reclaiming her office, there is no way for you to disqualify yourself or to resign. You are prelate. Verna could think of no solution. She was trapped. That woman has been twisting my life for as long as I can remember. She keyed that spell to me. I know she did. She trapped me into this. I wish I could strangle her. Warren laid a gentle hand to her arm. Verna, would you ever allow a sister of the dark to become prelate? Of course not. Do you think Anne would? No, but I don't see... Verna, you said you can trust none but me. Think of Anne. She was trapped too. She couldn't allow the chance of one of them becoming prelate. She was dying. She did the only thing she could. She could trust no one but you. Verna stared into his eyes as his words echoed in her mind, and then she slumped down on a smooth, dark rock beside the water. Her face sank into her hands. Dear Creator, she whispered, am I this selfish? Warren sat down beside her. Selfish? Stubborn at times, but never selfish. Oh, Warren, she must have been so lonely. At least she had Nathan there with her at the end. Warren nodded. After a moment, he glanced over at her. We're in a lot of trouble, aren't we, Verna? A whole palace full of it, Warren. All wrapped up nice and neat with a gold ring.
Chapter 7. Richard covered his mouth as he yawned. He was so tired from not getting any sleep the night before, or much for that matter in the last 2 weeks, to say nothing of the fight with the Mryswith, that it was a struggle to put one foot in front of the other. The smells ran from foul to fragrant and back again, seemingly every few paces as he progressed through the convoluted maze of streets, staying close to the buildings and out of the thickest of the commotion while trying his best to follow the directions Mistress Sanderholt had given him. He hoped he wasn't lost. Always knowing where he was and how he was going to get to where he was going was a matter of honor for a guide. But since Richard had been a woods guide, he guessed it could be pardoned if he did become lost in a great city. Besides, he was no longer a woods guide, nor did he expect he would ever be one again. He knew where the sun was, though, and no matter what the streets and buildings did in their efforts to confuse him with their teeming thoroughfares, dark alleys, and warrens of narrow, twisting side streets among ancient windowless buildings laid out to no design, southeast was still southeast. He simply used taller buildings as landmarks instead of monarch trees or prominent terrain, and tried not to worry about the exact streets he was supposed to follow. Richard was weaving his way through the throngs of people, past shabbily dressed hawkers with pots of dried roots, baskets of pigeons, fish and eels, charcoal makers pushing carts and calling out the price in song, past cheesemongers outfitted in crisp red and yellow livery, butcher shops with pig, sheep, and stag carcasses hung on spike racks, salt cellars offering different grades and textures, shopkeepers selling breads, pies and pastries, poultry, spices, sacks of grain, barrels of wines and ale, and 100 other items displayed in windows or on tables outside shops, and past people inspecting the wares, chatting and complaining about the prices, when he realized the flutter in his gut was a warning. He was being followed. Suddenly wide awake, he turned and saw a crush of faces, but none he recognized. He held his black cape over his sword so as not to draw attention to himself. At least the ever-present soldiers didn't seem particularly interested in him, although some of the Daharans looked up when he passed near, as if they could sense something, but couldn't place its source. Richard hurried his steps. The flutter was so faint that he thought maybe those who followed weren't close enough for him to see them. But then, how was he to know who it was? It could be any of the faces he saw. He glanced at the rooftops, but didn't see the one he knew was following him, and instead checked the direction of the sunlight to help keep his bearings. He paused near a corner building to watch the people flowing up and down the street, looking for anyone watching him, anyone who looked out of place or unusual, but saw nothing alarming. "Honey cake, my lord?" Richard turned to a small girl in a too-big coat,
standing behind a rickety little table. He guessed her to be 10 or 12, but he wasn't good at guessing young girls' ages. What was that? She swept a hand over the wares on her table. Honey cake? My grandmama makes them. They're right good, I can tell you, and only a penny. Would you buy one, please, my lord? You won't be sorry. On the ground behind the girl, a stocky old woman in a tattered wrap of brown blanket sat on a board placed over the snow. She grinned up at him. Richard only half smiled back as he probed his inner flutter, trying to determine what he was sensing, trying to determine the nature of the foreboding. The girl and old woman smiled hopefully and waited. Richard glanced up the street again, and then, letting a long cloud of his breath stream away in the light breeze, fished around in his pocket. He had had precious little to eat in his 2-week run to Aidendrill, and was still weak. All he had was silver and gold from the Palace of the Prophets. He doubted his pack, back at the Confessor's Palace, had any pennies in it either. I'm not a lord, he said, as he put all but a silver back into his pocket. The girl pointed at his sword. Anyone with a fine sword the likes of that must be a lord, surely. The old woman had stopped smiling. With her eyes fixed on his sword, she rose to her feet. Richard hastily pulled his cape across the hilt and the silver and gold-worked scabbard and handed the girl the coin. She stared at it in her palm. I've not enough small money to make change for this much, my lord. Bless me, I don't even know how much small money it would take. I've never held a silver coin before. I told you, I'm not a lord. He smiled when she looked up. My name's Richard. Tell you what, why don't you just keep the coin and consider the extra as payment in advance? Then whenever I pass this way again, well, you can give me another of your honey cakes for the bargain until the silver is used up. Oh, my lord. Richard. Thank you. Beaming, the girl handed the coin to her grandmama. The old woman inspected the silver coin with a critical eye as she turned it in her fingers. I've not seen marks like these before. You must have traveled a long way. The woman would have no way of knowing where the coin was from. The old and new worlds had been separated for the last 3,000 years. I have. The silver is real enough, though. She gazed up with blue eyes that looked as if the years had washed out nearly all the color. Taken or given, my lord? When Richard's brow creased, she gestured. That sword of yours, my lord. Did you take it, or was it given to you? Richard held her gaze, at last understanding. The Seeker was meant to be appointed by a wizard, but since Zed had fled the Midlands many years past, the sword had become a prize among those who could afford it, or those who could steal it. Pretend Seekers had given the Sword of Truth a nefarious reputation, and were not to be trusted. They used the sword's magic for selfish reasons, and not as it had been intended by those who had invested their magic in the blade. Richard was the first in decades to have been named Seeker of Truth by a wizard. Richard understood the magic, its terrible power and responsibility. He was the true Seeker. It was given by one of the First Order. I was named, he said cryptically. She clutched the blanket to her buxom chest. A Seeker, she breathed through the gaps where teeth belonged. The spirits be praised. A real Seeker. The little girl, not understanding the conversation, peered at the coin in her grandmama's hand and then handed Richard the biggest honey cake on the table. He accepted it with a smile. The old woman leaned over the table a bit and lowered her voice. You've come to rid us of the vermin? Something like that. He took a bite of the honey cake. He smiled down at the girl again. It's as good as you promised. She grinned. Told you so. Grandmama makes the best honey cakes on Stenter Street. Stenter Street? At least he had managed to find the correct street. Past the market on Stenter Street, Mistress Sanderholt had said. He winked at the girl while he chewed. What vermin? He asked the old woman. My son, the old woman said, as her eyes flicked down, indicating the girl. And her mother, they've deserted us to stay near the palace, waiting for the gold promised. I told them to work, but they say I'm old and foolish in my ways, that they can be given more than they could earn, if they just wait there for what's owed them. How do they reason it's owed them? She shrugged. Because someone from the palace said so. Said they were entitled to it. Said all the people were. Some, like those two, believe it. It appeals to my son's lazy ways. The young are lazy nowadays, so they sit and wait to be given, to be taken care of, instead of seeing to their own needs. They fight over who should be given the gold first. Some of the weak and old have been killed in those fights. Meanwhile, fewer work, and so the prices keep going up. We can hardly afford enough bread now. Her face set into a bitter expression. All because of a foolish lust for gold. My son had work for Chalmer the baker, but now he waits to be handed gold instead of working, and she grows more hungry. She glanced out of the corner of her eye at the girl and smiled kindly. She works, though. Helps me make my cakes, she does, so we can feed ourselves. I won't let her roam the streets like many of the young do now. She looked up again with a somber expression. Them's the vermin. Them who take what little we can earn or make with our hands so as to promise it right back to us, expecting us to be thankful at their kind hearts. Them who tempt good people to be lazy so they can rule us like they do sheep at a trough. Them who took our freedom and our ways. Even a foolish old woman like me knows that lazy people don't think for themselves. They only think about themselves. I don't know what the world's coming to. When she finally seemed to have run out of breath, he gestured to the coin in her fist as he swallowed the mouthful of honey cake. Richard gave her a meaningful look. I'd appreciate it for now if you would forget about what my sword looks like. She bobbed her head knowingly. Anything. Anything for you, my lord. The good spirits be with you. And give the vermin a whack for me. Richard moved up the street a ways and sat a moment on a barrel beside an alleyway to take a bite of his honey cake. It was good, but he wasn't really paying much attention to the taste, and it didn't do anything to quell the apprehensive feeling in his stomach. It wasn't the same feeling as when he sensed the mrisswith, he realized. It was more the feeling he had always gotten when someone's eyes were on him, and the fine hairs at the base of his neck stiffened. That was what he felt, someone watching him, someone watching and following. He scanned the faces, but didn't see anyone who looked as if they were interested in him. Licking the honey off his fingers, he wove his way across the street around horses, pulling carts and wagons, and between the crush of people going about their business. At times, it was like trying to swim upriver. The din, the jangling of tack, the thud of hooves, the rattle of cargo and wagons, the creak of axles, the crunch of the compacted snow, the shouting of the hawkers, the cries of hucksters, and the buzz of talking, some in a sing-song or a chatter of languages he didn't understand, was unnerving. Richard was used to the silence of his woods, where the wind in the trees or water rushing over rocks was the most sound he ever heard. Though he had often gone into Heartland, it was hardly more than a small town, and nothing to compare to the cities like this one that he had seen since he left home. Richard missed his woods. Kaylin had promised him that she would return there with him one day for a visit. He smiled to himself as he thought about the beautiful places he would take her, the overlooks, the falls, the hidden mountain passes. He smiled more at the thought of how astonished she would be, and at how happy they would be together. He grinned at the memory of her special smile, the one she gave no one but him. He missed Kaylin more than he could ever miss his woods. He wanted to get to her as fast as he could. Soon he would, but first he had a few things to do in Aidendrill. At the sound of shouting, he looked up and realized that in his daydreaming, he hadn't been paying any attention to where he was going, and a column of soldiers was about to trample him. The commander cursed as he drew his men to a sudden halt. "Do you be blind? What kind of fool walks under a column of horsemen?" Richard glanced around. The people had all moved away from the soldiers and seemed to be trying their best to look as if they had never had any intention of venturing anywhere near the center of the street. They worked at pretending the soldiers didn't exist. Most looked as if they wanted to become invisible. Richard peered up at the man who had yelled at him and briefly gave thought to becoming invisible himself before there was trouble and someone was hurt, but the wizard's second rule came to mind. The greatest harm can result from the best intentions. He had learned that when you mixed in magic, the results could be disastrous. Magic was dangerous and had to be used carefully. He quickly decided that a simple apology would be prudent and would work best. "Sorry, I guess I wasn't looking where I was going. Forgive me." He didn't recall having ever seen soldiers like these, all atop mounts standing in neat, precise rows. Each grim-faced soldier's armor was blinding in the sunlight. Besides the impeccably polished armor, their swords, knives, and lances glinted in the sunlight. Each man wore a crimson cape draped in exact fashion over the flank of his white horse. They looked to Richard like men about to pass in review before a great king. The man who had yelled glared down from under the brim of a gleaming helmet topped with a red horsehair plume. He held the reins to his powerful gray gelding easily in one gauntleted hand as he leaned over. "Get out of our way, half-wit, or we'll trample you and be done with it." Richard recognized the man's accent. It was the same as Addie's. He didn't know what land Addie was from, but these men had to be from the same place. Richard shrugged as he took a step back. "I said I was sorry. I didn't know there was such urgent business about." "Fighting the keeper always be urgent business." Richard took another step back. "Can't argue with you about that. I'm sure he's shivering in a corner right now, waiting for you to come vanquish him, so you best be on with it then." The man's dark eyes shone like ice. Richard tried not to let his wince show. He wished he could learn not to be flip. He guessed it was a result of his size. Richard had never liked fighting. As he had grown, he had become the target of others wanting to prove themselves. Before he had been given the sword of truth, and it had taught him the need of sometimes releasing the anger he had always kept under tight control, he had learned that he could use a smile and humor to smooth the feelings of agitated foes and disarm those simply wanting to start a fight. Richard knew his own strength, but that confidence had lent his easy humor a tendency to become flippant. Sometimes it seemed as if he just couldn't help himself. His mouth simply moved before he thought. Page 66. "You have a bold tongue. Maybe you be one beguiled by the keeper." "I assure you, sir, you and I fight the same foe." "The keeper's minions lurk behind arrogance." Just as Richard was thinking that he didn't need any trouble, and it was time to make a quick retreat, the man made to dismount. At the same instant, powerful hands grabbed him. Two huge men, one at each shoulder, lifted him from his feet. "On your way, dandy," the one at his right shoulder said to the horseman. "This one is none of your concern." Richard tried to twist his head around, but he could only manage to see the brown leather of Daharan uniforms on the men who held him from behind. The soldier froze with his foot just out of the stirrup. "We be on the same side, brother. This one needs to be questioned by us, and then to learn some humility. We will—" "I said be off." Richard opened his mouth to say something. Immediately, the heavily muscled arm of the Daharan at his right came out from under a thick, dark brown wool cape. As a massive hand clamped over his mouth, Richard saw a band of gold-colored metal just above the elbow, its razor-sharp projections glinting in the sunlight. The bands were deadly weapons used to rip open an opponent in close combat. Richard nearly choked on his own tongue. Most Daharan soldiers were big, but these two were well beyond merely big. Worse, they were not simply regular Daharan soldiers. Richard had seen men like these before, with bands just above their elbows. They were Darken Ral's personal guards. Darken Ral almost always had two men like these with him. The two men lifted Richard easily in their fists. He was as helpless as a stick doll. In his 2-week race to Aidendril to get to Kalin, he had not only had little food but little sleep. The fight with the Mryswith only hours before had drained nearly all the energy he had left. But his fright brought a reserve of strength to his muscles. Against these two, it was not enough. The man on the horse started swinging his leg over its flanks again to dismount. "I told you this one be ours. We intend to question him. If he serves the keeper, he will confess." The Daharan at Richard's left shoulder growled in a menacing voice. "Come down here, and I'll lop off your head and use it to play a game of bowls. We've been looking for this one, and he's ours now. When we're done with him, you can question his corpse all you want." Frozen half off his horse, the man glared down at the Daharans. "I told you, brother, we be on the same side. We both fight the keeper's evil. There be no need for us to fight one another." "If you want to argue, then do it with your sword. If not, be off." The near to 200 horsemen watched the two Daharans, showing no emotion, especially not fear. There were, after all, only two Daharans. Not an arduous challenge, despite the men's size. At least a fool might think so. Richard had seen Daharan troops everywhere in the city. It was possible that at the first sign of trouble, they could show up in short order. The horsemen didn't seem too concerned about other Daharans, though. "There be only two of you, brother. Not good odds." The one at Richard's left glanced casually down the line of horsemen, turned his head and spat. "You're right, dandy.
Egan here will stand aside to make the odds more even while I deal with you and your fancy men. But be sure of yourself, brother, 'cause if your foot touches the ground, by my word, you'll die first." Eyes of ice, still and cold, praised the two a moment. And then the man in the polished armor and crimson cape, grumbling a curse in a foreign tongue, let his weight drop back down in his saddle. "We have important matters that demand our attention. This one be a waste of our time. He be yours." With a wave of his arm, the column of horsemen charged up the street, narrowly missing trampling Richard and his two captors. Richard tried, but the two holding him were too strong, and he couldn't get his hand to his sword as they carried him off. He scanned the rooftops, but saw nothing. All the people around averted their eyes, wanting nothing to do with the trouble at hand. As the two huge Daharans dragged Richard from the center of the street, people scattered out of the way as if they had eyes in the back of their heads. Over the noise of the city, his muffled, angry cries were lost. Try as he might, he couldn't get a hand near a weapon. His boots skimmed across the snow, his feet working in vain for purchase. Richard struggled, but before he had time to try to think what to do next, they pulled him into a narrow, dark passageway between an inn and another shuttered building. Deep in the passageway, in the murky shadows, 4 dark, cloaked figures waited. Chapter 8. Gently, the 2 huge Daharans set Richard down. As his feet found the ground, his hand found the hilt of his sword. The 2 men spread their feet in a relaxed manner and clasped their hands behind their backs. From the shadowed end of the passageway, the 4 cloaked figures started toward him. Deciding escape was preferable to a fight, Richard didn't draw his sword, but instead dove to the side. He rolled through the snow and sprang to his feet. His back smacked up against the cold brick wall. Panting, he flung his mrisswith cape around himself. In a heartbeat, the cape changed color to match the wall, and he vanished. It would be an easy matter to slip away while hidden by the cape. Better to escape than to fight. As soon as he caught his breath, the 4 marched forward, their dark capes billowing open as they came into the light. Dark brown leather, the same color as the Daharans' uniforms, covered their shapely forms from ground to neck. A yellow star between the cusps of a crescent emblazoned the leather outfits at each woman's stomach. The recognition of that yellow star and crescent was like a flash of lightning in Richard's mind. Too many times to count, his face, wet with his own blood, had laid against that emblem. Out of reflex, he froze, drawing neither sword nor breath. For a panic-filled instant, he saw only the symbol he knew all too well. Mord Sith. The woman in the lead pushed back her hood, letting her long blonde hair, plaited in a single thick braid, fall free. Her blue eyes searched the wall where he stood. "Lord Rahl! Lord Rahl, where—" Richard blinked. "Kara?" Just as he slackened his concentration, allowing his cape to return to black, and her eyes found him, the sky fell in. With a roar, a flap of wings, and a flash of fangs, Gratch plummeted to the ground. The 2 men had swords to hand almost instantly, but they were not as fast as the Mord Sith. Before the men's blades had cleared their scabbards, the women had their aegil in their fists. Though an aegil appeared to be nothing more than a thin red leather rod, Richard knew them to be weapons of awesome power. Richard had been trained with an aegil. Richard heaved himself at the Gar, knocking him to the far wall before the 2 men and 4 women could reach him. Gratch slung him aside in his desire to get at the threat. "Stop, all of you, stop!" The 6 people in one Gar froze at the sound of his shriek. Richard didn't know who would win the fight, but he didn't want to find out. He snatched the instant he had before they might decide to move again and sprang in front of Gratch. With his back to the Gar, he held his hands out to each side. "Gratch is my friend. He only wants to protect me. Stay where you are and he won't hurt you." Gratch's furry arm circled around Richard's middle and drew him back against the taut pink skin of his chest and stomach. The passageway resounded with a growl that, while affectionate, at the same time carried a rumble of threat for the others. "Lord Rahl," Kara said in a smooth voice as the 2 men sheathed their swords, "we are here to protect you too." Richard eased the arm away. "It's all right, Gratch, I know them. You did good, just like I asked. But it's all right now, just calm down." Gratch let out a purling rumble that echoed off the walls, rising up like a narrow, dark canyon. Richard knew it as a sound of satisfaction. He had told Gratch to follow him, either high in the air or flying from rooftop to rooftop, but to stay out of sight unless there was trouble.
Gratch had indeed done a good job. Richard hadn't seen a sign of him until he dropped down on them. "Kara, what are you doing here?" Kara reverently touched his arm, seeming surprised at finding it solid. She jabbed a finger at his shoulder, and then broke into a grin. "Not even Darkenroll himself could become invisible. He could command beasts, but he could not become invisible. I don't command Gratch. He's my friend. And I don't exactly become... Kara, what are you doing here?" She looked perplexed at the question. "Protecting you." Richard pointed at the two men. "And them?" "They said they were going to kill me." The two men stood rooted like twin oaks. "Lord Rahl," one said, "we would die before we let harm touch you." "We had almost caught up with you when you walked into those fancy horsemen," Kara said. "I told Egan and Ulick to get you out of there without any fighting, or you could be hurt. If those men thought we were trying to rescue you, they might have tried to kill you. We didn't want to take a chance with your life." Richard glanced to the two great blonde-headed men. The dark leather straps, plates, and belts of their uniforms were molded to fit like a second skin over the prominent contours of their muscles. Incised in the leather, the center of their chests was an ornate letter R, and beneath that, two crossed swords. One of them, Richard wasn't sure if it was Egan or Ulick, echoed the truth of what Kara had said. Since Kara and the other Mord Sith had helped him into Hara 2 weeks before, making it possible for him to defeat Darkenroll, he was inclined to believe it. Richard hadn't anticipated their choice when he had declared the Mord Sith free from the shackles of their discipline. Having their freedom, they chose to be his guardians and were fiercely protective of him. There didn't seem to be anything he could do to change their minds. One of the other women spoke Kara's name in caution and nodded toward the opening into the street. People slowed as they passed, peering in, looking them over. A glare from the two men as they turned put speed into the onlookers' steps and turned their eyes away. Kara grasped Richard's arm above the elbow. "It isn't safe here, yet. Come with us, Lord Rahl." Not waiting for his answer or cooperation, she pulled him into the shadows at the back of the passageway. Richard gestured silently to reassure Gratch. Lifting the bottom of a loose shutter, Kara stuffed him ahead of her through the opening. The window they entered was the only one in a room appointed with a dusty table holding 3 candles, several benches, and 1 chair. To the side sat a pile of their gear. Gratch managed to fold his wings and squeeze through, too. He stood close to Richard, quietly watching the others. They, in turn, having been told that he was Richard's friend, didn't seem concerned at having a hulking Gar eyeing them from a few feet away. "Kara, what are you doing here?" She frowned as if he were thick. "I told you, we came to protect you." A mischievous smile crooked the corners of her mouth. "Seems we arrived just in time. Master Rahl must devote himself to being the magic against magic, a task you are more suited to, and let us be the steel against steel." She held her hand out to the other 3 women. "We didn't have time for introductions at the palace. These are my sisters of the Aegil, Hallie, Berdine, and Raina." In the flickering candlelight, Richard studied the 3 faces. He had been in a terrible rush at the time and recalled only Kara. She was the one who had spoken for them, and he had held a knife to her throat until she convinced him she was telling the truth. Like Kara, Hallie was blonde, blue-eyed, and tall. Berdine and Raina were a bit shorter. Blue-eyed Berdine, with a loose braid of wavy brown hair, and Raina with dark hair and eyes that seemed to be examining his soul for every nuance of strength, weakness, and character. An idiosyncratic, piercing scrutiny unique to Mord Sith. Somehow, Raina's dark eyes made the penetrating judgment seem more incisive. Richard didn't shy from their gazes. "You were among those who saw me safely through the palace?" They nodded. "Then you have my eternal gratitude." "What of the others?" "The others remained at the palace in case you returned before we found you," Kara said. "Commander General Trimac insisted Ulick and Egan would come too, since they are among the personal bodyguards to the Master Rahl. We left within an hour after you did, trying to catch you." She shook her head in wonder. "We wasted no time, and you gained almost a day on us." Richard tugged straight the baldric, holding his sword. "I was in a hurry." Kara shrugged. "You are the Master Rahl. Nothing you do could surprise us." Richard thought she had looked very surprised indeed when she saw him become invisible, but he didn't say it, in view of his newfound restraint on his flipped tongue. He glanced around at the dimly lit, dusty room. "What are you doing in this place?" Kara pulled off her gloves and tossed them on the table. "We intended to use it as a base while we looked for you. We've only been here a short time. We chose this spot because it's close to the Diharan headquarters." "I was told they're in a large building beyond the market." "They are," Hallie said. "We checked." Richard searched her piercing blue eyes. "I was on my way there when you found me. I guess it wouldn't hurt to have you along." He loosened the Mriswith cape at his throat and scratched the back of his neck. "How did you manage to find me in a city of this size?" The two men stood without showing emotion, but eyebrows went up on the women. "You are the Master Rawl," Kara said, seeming to think that would be explanation enough. Richard planted his fists on his hips. "So?" "The bond," Berdine said. She looked perplexed at the blank expression on his face. "We are bonded to the Master Rawl." "I don't understand what that means. What does it have to do with finding me?" Looks passed among the women. Kara cocked her head to the side. "You are Lord Rawl, the Master of Dahara. We are Daharans. How can you not understand?" Richard wiped his hair back off his forehead as he let out an exasperated breath. "I was raised in Westland, 2 boundaries away from Dahara. I never knew anything about Dahara, much less Darken Rawl, until the boundaries came down. I didn't even know Darken Rawl was my father until just a few months ago." He glanced away from their bewildered expressions. "He raped my mother, and she fled to Westland before I was born, before the boundaries went up. Darken Rawl never knew I existed, or that I was his son, until he died. I don't know anything about being Master Rawl." The two men stood as they had, showing no emotion. The 4 moored Sith stared at him a long moment, the candle flame adding a point of light to the corner of their eyes as they seemed to study his soul again. He wondered if they were regretting their oath of loyalty to him. Richard felt awkward laying out his ancestry to the scrutiny of people he didn't really know. "You still haven't explained how you managed to find me." As Berdine took off her cape and tossed it atop their gear, Kara laid a hand on his shoulder, urging him to sit in the chair. By the way its loose joints swayed under his weight, he wasn't sure it would hold him, but it did. She glanced up at the two men. "Maybe you could better explain the bond to him, since you feel it most strongly. Ulick?" Ulick shifted his weight. "Where should I begin?" Kara started to say something, but Richard cut her off. "I have important things to do, and I don't have a great deal of time. Just tell me the important parts. Tell me about this bond." Ulick nodded. "I will tell you as we are taught." Richard gestured toward a bench, indicating he wanted Ulick to sit. It made him uncomfortable having the man tower over him like some mountain with arms. Checking over his shoulder, Richard saw that Gratch was contentedly licking his fur, but keeping his glowing green eyes on the people. Richard smiled reassuringly. Gratch hadn't been around that many people, and Richard wanted him to be comfortable in view of what he planned. The Gar's face wrinkled into a smile, but his ears were perked as he listened. Richard wished he knew for sure how much Gratch could understand. Ulick pulled up a bench and sat. "Long ago." "How long?" Richard interrupted. Ulick rubbed a thumb along the bone handle of the knife at his belt as he contemplated the question. His deep voice seemed as if it might smother the candle flames. "Long ago, in the beginning times of Dahara, I believe several thousand years ago." "So what took place in these beginning times?" "Well, that was where the bond originated. In the beginning times, the first Master Rawl cast his power, his magic, over the Daharan people in order to protect us." Richard lifted an eyebrow. "You mean in order to rule you?" Ulick shook his head. "It was a covenant. The House of Rawl," he tapped the ornate letter R incised in the leather over his chest, "would be the magic, and the Daharan people would be the steel. We protect him, and he in turn protects us. We were bonded." "Why would a wizard need the protection of steel? Wizards have magic." Ulick's leather uniform creaked as he put an elbow to his knee and leaned in with a sobering expression. "You have magic. Has it always protected you? You cannot always remain awake, or always see who is behind you, or conjure magic fast enough if the numbers are great. Even those with magic will die if someone slits their throat. You need us." Richard conceded the point. "So what does this bond have to do with me?" "Well, the covenant, the magic, links the people of Dahara to the Master Rawl.
When the Master Rahl dies, the bond can be passed on to his gifted heir. Ulick shrugged. The bond is the magic of that link. All the Harans feel it. We understand it from birth. We recognize the Master Rahl by the bond. When the Master Rahl is near, we can feel his presence. That's how we found you. When we're close enough, we can sense you. Richard gripped the arms of the chair as he leaned forward. You mean to tell me that all the Harans can sense me and know where I am? No, there's more to it. Ulick stuffed a finger under a leather plate to scratch his shoulder while he tried to think of how to explain. Berdine put a foot on the bench beside Ulick and leaned forward on an elbow, coming to his rescue. Her thick brown braid fell forward over her shoulder. You see, first of all, we must recognize the new Master Rahl. By that I mean we must recognize and accept his rule in a formal manner. This acquiescence is not formal in the sense of ceremony, but more in the sense of an understanding and acceptance within our hearts. It does not have to be an acceptance we desire, and in the past, with us anyway, it was not, but acceptance is implicit nonetheless. You mean you must believe? All the faces staring at him brightened. Yes, that's a good way to express it, Egan put in. Once we acquiesce to his dominion, and as long as the Master Rahl lives, we are bonded to him. When he dies, the new Lord Rahl takes his place, and we are then bonded to him. At least that's the way it's supposed to work. This time something went wrong, and Darken Rahl, or his spirit, somehow maintained the part of himself in this world. Richard straightened in his chair. The gateway. The boxes in the Garden of Life are a gateway to the underworld, and one was left opened. When I came back 2 weeks ago, I closed it, sending Darken Rahl back to the underworld for good. Ulick's muscles bulked as he rubbed his palms together. When Darken Rahl died at the beginning of winter and you spoke outside the palace, many of the Deharans there believed you were the new Lord Rahl. Some did not. Some still held on to their loyalty, their bond to Darken Rahl. It must have been because of this gateway you said was opened. It's never happened that way before, that I heard of anyway. When you returned to the palace and defeated Darken Rahl's spirit with the use of your gift, you also defeated the rebel officers who denounced you. In banishing Darken Rahl's spirit, you broke the bond he still held over some of them, and convinced the rest at the palace of your authority as Master Rahl. They are loyal now, the whole palace is. They are all bonded to you. As it should be, Raina said with finality. You have the gift. You are a wizard. You are the magic against magic, and the Deharans, your people, are the steel against steel. Richard looked up into her dark eyes. I know less about this bond, this steel against steel and magic against magic business, than I know about being a wizard, and I know next to nothing about being a wizard. I don't know how to use magic. The women stared for a moment, and then laughed as if he had made a joke and they wanted him to think they were amused. I'm not joking. I don't know how to use my gift. Hallie clapped him on the back of his shoulder and pointed at Gratch. You command the beasts, just as Darken Rahl did. We cannot command beasts. You even talked to him, a gar. You don't understand. I saved him when he was a pup. I raised him, that's all. We became friends. It's not magic. Hallie clapped his shoulder again. It may not seem magic to you, Lord Rahl, but none of us could do it. But we saw you become invisible today, Kara said. She wasn't laughing anymore. Are you going to tell us that it was not magic? Well, yes, I guess it was magic, but not in the way you think. You just don't understand. Kara's eyebrow lifted. Lord Rahl, to you it is understandable because you have the gift. To us it is magic. Surely you would not suggest that any of us could do it. Richard wiped a hand across his face. No, you couldn't do it. But still, it's not what you think. Raina's dark eyes fixed on his with that look that Mord Sith flashed when they expected compliance and no argument. A steely gaze that seemed to paralyze his tongue. Though he was no longer the captive of a Mord Sith, and these women were trying to help him, the look still gave him pause. Lord Rahl, she said in a soft voice that filled the quiet room. At the People's Palace, you fought the spirit of Darken Rahl. You, a mere man, fought the spirit of a powerful wizard come back from the underworld, from the world of the dead, to destroy us all. He had no corporeal existence. He was a spirit, animate only through magic. You could only battle such a demon with magic of your own.
During the battle, you sent lightning, driven by magic, racing through the palace to destroy the rebel leaders who opposed you and wished Dark and Raw to triumph. Everyone at the palace not bonded to you already became so that day. None of us in our whole lives has ever seen the like of the magic crackling through the palace that day. She leaned toward him, still gripping him in her dark gaze, the passion in her voice cutting through the stillness. That was magic, Lord Rahl. We were all about to be destroyed, to be swallowed into the world of the dead. You saved us. You kept your part of the covenant. You were the magic against magic. You are the Master Rahl. We would lay down our lives for you. Richard realized that his left hand was tightly gripping the hilt of his sword. He could feel the raised gold letters of the word truth biting into his flesh. He managed to disengage himself from Raina's gaze to take in the rest of them. All you say is true, but it's not so simple as you believe. There's more to it. I don't want you to think I was able to do the things I did because I knew how. It just happened. Darken Rahl studied his whole life to be a wizard, to use magic. I know almost nothing about it. You place too much faith in me. Kara shrugged. We understand. You have more to learn about magic. This is good. It is always good to learn more. You will serve us better as you learn more. No, you don't understand. She placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. No matter how much you know, there will always be more. No one knows everything. This does not change anything. You are the Master Rahl. We are bonded to you. She squeezed his shoulder. Even if any of us wanted to change it, we could not. Suddenly, Richard felt calm. He didn't really want to talk them out of this. He could use their help, their loyalty. You've helped me before, maybe even saved my neck out there in the street. But I just don't want you to have more faith in me than is justified. I don't want to deceive you. I want you to follow me because what we do is right, not because of a bond forged with magic. That's slavery. Lord Rahl, Raina said, her voice unsteady for the first time. We were bonded to Darken Rahl. We had no more choice in that than we do now. He took us from our homes when we were young, trained us and used us to... Richard stood, putting his fingertips to her lips. I know. It's all right. You're free now. Kara gripped his shirt and drew his face close to hers. Don't you see? Even though many of us hated Darken Rahl, we were compelled to serve. We were bonded. That was slavery. If you don't know everything, that's not important to us. We are bonded to you as the Master Rahl regardless. For the first time in any of our lives, it is not a burden. If the bond were not there, we would choose to do the same. That is not slavery. We don't know anything about your magic, Hallie said, but we can help you learn what it means to be Lord Rahl. The irony of her spreading smile softened her blue eyes, letting the women behind the appellation of Mord Sith show through. It is, after all, the purpose of Mord Sith to train, to teach. The smile faded as her expression turned serious. It doesn't matter to us if you have more steps in the journey. We won't abandon you for it. Richard raked his fingers through his hair. He was touched by the things they said, but their blind devotion somehow troubled him. As long as you understand that I'm not the wizard you thought. I know a little about some magic, like my sword, but I don't know much about using my gift. I used what came forth from within me without understanding it or being able to control it, and the good spirits helped me. He paused a moment as he looked into the depths of their waiting eyes. Denna is with them. The four women smiled, each in her own private way. They had known Denna, known that she had trained him, and that he had killed her in order to escape. In so doing, he freed her of her bond to Darken Rahl, and what she had become, but at a cost that would always haunt him, even if her spirit was now at peace. He had had to turn the sword of truth white, and end her life with that side of the magic, through its love and forgiveness. What could be better than having the good spirits on our side? Kara said in a quiet tone that seemed to speak for them all. It's good to know that Denna is with them. Richard turned away from their eyes in an effort to also turn away from his haunting memories. He brushed the dust off his pants and changed the subject. Well, as the Seeker of Truth, I was on my way to see whoever is in charge of the Daharans here in Aidendril. I have something important to do, and I need to hurry. I didn't know anything about this bond, but I do know about being Seeker. I guess it can't hurt to have all of you along. Berdine shook her head of wavy brown hair. It's fortunate we found him in time, the other three muttered their agreement. Richard looked from one face to another. Why is it fortunate? Because, Kara said, they don't yet know you as the Master Rawl. I told you I'm the Seeker. That's more important than being the Master Rawl. Don't forget, as the Seeker, I killed the last Master Rawl. But now that you've told me about this bond, I intend to tell the Daharan Command that I'm also the new Lord Rawl, and demand their allegiance. It will certainly make what I have planned easier. Berdine barked a laugh. We had no idea how lucky we were to catch you in time. Raina brushed her dark bangs back as she glanced to her sister of the Aegil. I shudder to think how close we came to losing him. What are you talking about? They're Daharans. I thought they would be able to sense me with this bond thing. We told you, Ulick said. First, we must recognize and accept the Master Rawl's rule in a formal manner. You have not done that with these men. Also, the bond isn't the same in all of us. Richard threw his hands up. First you tell me that they will follow me, and now you tell me they won't? You have to bond them to you, Lord Rawl, Kara said. She sighed. If you can. General Rybish's blood isn't pure. Richard frowned. What does that mean? Lord Rawl, Egan said as he came forward. In the beginning times when the first Master Rawl cast the web bonding us, Dahara was not as it is today. Dahara was a land within a larger land, much the same as the Midlands are made up of different lands. Richard suddenly remembered the story Kaelin told him the night he met her. As they had sat shivering by a fire in the shelter of a wayward pine, after they had the wits frightened out of them by an encounter with a Gar, she had told him some of the history of the world beyond his home of Westland. Richard stared off into a dark corner as he recalled the story. Darken Rawl's grandfather, Panis, the master of Dahara, set about joining all the lands together under his rule. He swallowed up all the lands, all the kingdoms, making it one, making it all Dahara. That's right, Egan said. Not all the people who now call themselves Daharan are descendants of the first Daharans. Those who were bonded. Some have a bit of true Daharan blood, some have more, and in some, like Ulick and I, it is pure. Some have no true Daharan blood. They do not feel the bond. Darken Rawl and his father before him gathered those to them who were of like mind, those who lusted for power. Many of those Daharans were not pure of blood, but pure of ambition. Commander General Trimac at the palace, and the men of the first file, Richard gestured to Ulick and Egan, and Master Rawl's personal bodyguards must be pure Daharan? Ulick nodded. Darken Rawl, like his father before him, would trust none but those of pure blood to guard him. He used those of mixed blood, or those without the bond at all, to fight the wars away from the heart of Dahara, and to conquer other lands. Richard stroked his lower lip with a finger as he thought. What of the man in charge of the Daharan troops here in Aidendrill? What's his name? General Rybish, Berdine said. He is of mixed blood, and so it will not be as easy. But if you can make him recognize you as the Master Rawl, he has enough Daharan blood to be bonded. When a commander is bonded, many of his men become so at the same time because they trust in their commanders. They will believe as he. If you can bond General Rybish, then you will have control of the forces in Aidendrill. Even though some of the men have no true Daharan blood, they are loyal to their leaders and will still be bonded in a manner of speaking. Then I've got to do something to convince this General Rybish that I'm the new Master Rawl. Kara grinned wickedly. That's why you need us. We've brought you something from Commander General Trimac. She gestured to Hallie. Show him. Hallie unfastened the top buttons of her leather outfit and pulled a long pouch from between her breasts. With a proud smile, she handed it to Richard. He extracted the scroll inside, inspecting the symbol of a skull with crossed swords under it impressed into the gold-colored wax. What's this? Commander General Trimac wanted to help you, Hallie said. With the gleam of a smile still in her eyes, she put a finger to the wax. This is the personal seal of the Commander General of the First File. The document is in his own hand. He wrote it while I stood waiting and then told me to give it to you. It declares you to be the new Master Rawl and says that the First File and all the troops and field generals in Dahara recognize you as such, are bonded, and stand ready to defend your ascension to power with their lives. It threatens undying vengeance against any who stand against you. Richard's gaze rose to her blue eyes. "Hallie, I could kiss you." Her smile vanished in an instant. "Lord Thrall, you have declared us free. We no longer have to submit." She snapped her mouth closed as her face went scarlet, as did the other women's. Hallie bowed her head and fixed her sight on the floor. Her voice came in a submissive whisper. "Forgive me, Lord Thrall. If you wish that of us, we of course offer ourselves willingly." With his fingertips, Richard lifted her chin. "Hallie, it was just a figure of speech. As you told me, though you are bonded, this time you are not slaves. I am not just the Master Rawl, I am also the seeker of truth. I hope to have you come to follow me because the cause is just. That is what I wish you to be bound to, not me. You need never fear I will revoke your freedom." Hallie swallowed. "Thank you, Lord Rawl." Richard waved the scroll. "Now let's go let this General Rybish meet the new Master Rawl, so I can get on with what I need to do." Berdine laid a restraining hand to his arm. "Lord Rawl, the words of the Commander General are meant to be an aid. They in themselves will not bond these troops to you." Richard put his fists on his hips. "You four have a bad habit of dangling something in front of my face and then snatching it away. What else do I need to do? Some fancy magic?" The four nodded as if he had finally guessed their plan. "What?" Richard leaned toward them. "You mean this general will want me to perform some magic trick to prove myself?" Ill at ease, Kara shrugged. "Lord Thrall, these are just words on paper. They are meant to back you, to be of help, not to perform the task for you. At the palace in Dahara, the word of the Commander General is law. Only you outrank him. But in the field, it is not so. Here, General Rybish is the law. You must convince him that you outrank him. These men will not be easily won over. The Master Rawl must be seen as a figure of awesome power and strength. They must be overwhelmed in order to invoke the bond, just as the troops at the palace were when you set the walls alive with lightning. As you said, they must believe. To believe it will take more than words on paper. General Trimax's letter is meant to be part of it, but it can't be all." "Magic," Richard muttered as he slumped down in the rickety chair. He scrubbed his face, trying to think through the haze of fatigue. He was the Seeker, appointed by a wizard, a position of power and responsibility. The Seeker was a law unto himself. He had planned to do this as the Seeker. He could still do it as Seeker. He knew about being the Seeker. Still, if the Daharans in Aidendril were loyal to him... Through the weariness, one thought was clear. He had to make sure Kaelin was safe. He had to use his head, not just his heart. He couldn't just run off after her, ignoring what was happening. Not if he wanted to truly make sure she was safe. He needed to do this. He needed to win over the Daharans. Richard shot to his feet. "Did you bring your red leather outfits?" Amord Sith's blood-red leather clothes were worn when they were of a mind to dispense discipline. Red didn't show blood. When Amord Sith wore her red leather, it was a statement that she expected there to be a lot of blood, and everyone knew it wasn't going to be hers. Hallie smiled a sly smile as she folded her arms over her breasts. "Amord Sith goes nowhere without her red outfit." Kara batted her eyes expectantly. "You have thought of something, Lord Rawl?" "Yes." Richard gave her a smooth smile. "They need to see power and strength? They want a show of awesome magic? We'll give them magic. We'll overwhelm them." He held up a cautious finger. "But you must do as I say. I don't want anyone hurt. I didn't free you just to have you get killed." Hallie fixed him with an iron gaze. "Mord Sith do not die in bed, old and toothless." In those blue eyes, Richard saw a shadow of the madness that had twisted these women into remorseless weapons. He had endured some of what had been done to them. He knew what it was to live with that madness. He held her gaze and with a soft voice sought to soften the iron he saw. "If you get yourselves killed, Hallie, then who will protect me?" "If we must lay down our lives, then we do. Otherwise, there will be no Lord Rawl to protect." An unexpected smile softened Hallie's eyes, bringing a little light to the shadows. "We want Lord Rawl to die in bed, old and toothless. What are we to do?" A shadow of doubt passed across his thoughts. Was his ambition twisted by that same madness? No, he had no choice. This would save lives, not cost them. "You four put on your red leather. We'll wait outside while you change. When you're done, I'll explain." Hallie snatched his shirt as he turned to leave. Now that we have found you, we're not letting you out of our sight. You will remain here while we change. You may turn your back if you wish." With a sigh, Richard turned his back and folded his arms. The two men stood watching. Richard frowned and motioned for them to turn around too. Gratch tilted his head with a puzzled look. Shrugging, he turned his back, mimicking Richard. "We're glad you have decided to bond these men to you, Lord Rahl," Kara said. He could hear them pulling things out of their packs. "You will be much safer with the whole army protecting you. After you have bonded them, we will all leave at once for Dahara, where you will be safe." "We're not going to Dahara," Richard said over his shoulder. "I have important matters that must be attended to. I have plans." "Plans, Lord Rahl?" He could almost feel Raina's breath on the back of his neck as she peeled off her brown leather. "What plans?" "What kind of plans would the Master Rahl have? I plan to conquer the world." Chapter 9. There was no need to force their way through the crowds. They drove a wave of panic before them the way the sight of wolves drove a herd of sheep. People screamed as they scattered. Mothers gathered up children in their arms while running. Men fell face first into the snow as they scrambled to get away. Peddlers abandoned their wares in a mad dash for their lives, and shop doors to each side slammed shut. The panic, Richard thought, was a good sign. At least they wouldn't be ignored. Of course, it was hard to ignore a 7-foot gar walking through a city in broad daylight. Richard suspected that Gratch was having the time of his life. Not sharing his innocent view of the task at hand, the rest of them wore grim expressions as they marched down the center of the street. Gratch walked behind Richard, Ulick and Egan in front, Kara and Berdine at his left, and Hallie and Raina to the right. It was no chance order. Ulick and Egan had insisted that they were to be to each side, as they were Lord Rahl's bodyguards. The women didn't think much of that idea, and argued that they would be the last line of defense around Lord Rahl. Gratch hadn't cared where he walked as long as he was close to Richard. Richard had had to raise his voice to bring a halt to the argument. He had told them that Ulick and Egan would be in front to clear the way if need be. The moored Sith would protect each side, and Gratch would be at his back, since the Gar could see over them all. Everyone had seemed satisfied, thinking they had received the stations that would prove the best protection for Lord Rahl. Ulick and Egan's capes were pushed back over their shoulders, bearing the bands with sharpened projections worn above their elbows, but they carried their swords sheathed at their belts. The four women, covered from neck to toes in closely tailored blood-red leather displaying the yellow star and crescent of the moored Sith at their stomachs, carried their aegil in fists swathed with armor-backed red leather gloves. Richard knew all too well the pain it caused to hold an aegil. Just as the aegil Denna had trained him with and had given him hurt whenever he held it, it was not possible for these women to hold their own aegil without its magic causing them pain. The pain, Richard knew, was excruciating, but moored Sith were trained to endure pain, and they stubbornly prided themselves in their ability to tolerate it. Richard had tried to convince them to give up their aegil, but they would not. He could order it, he supposed, but to do so would be to withdraw the freedom he had granted them, and he was loath to do that. If they were to give up their aegil, it was for them to do. Somehow he didn't think they would. Having carried the sword of truth as long as he had, Richard could understand how wishes could be at variance with principles. He hated the sword and wanted to be rid of it, of the things he did with it, of what it did to him. But at every turn, he had fought to keep it. A good 50 or 60 troops milled about outside the square 2-story building occupied by the Daharan command. Only 6, up on the entrance landing, appeared to be formally posted. Without slowing, Richard and his small company cut a straight line through the knot of men and toward the steps. The men all stumbled back out of the way, shock registering on their faces as they took in the odd sight. They didn't panic the way the people in the market had, but most moved back to make way. Glares from the 4 women moved the rest back as efficiently as bared steel. Some of the men gripped the hilts of their swords as they took a few steps in retreat. "Make way for Lord Rahl," Ulick called out. In disorder, the soldiers stumbled back farther. Confused, but not willing to take a chance, a few bowed. In a private cocoon of concentration, Richard watched it all from under the hood of his Mriswith cape. Before anyone had the presence of mind to stop or question them, they were through the crowd of soldiers and climbing the dozen steps to the simple iron-bound door. At the top, one of the guards, a man about Richard's size, decided he wasn't sure they should be allowed in. He stepped in front of the door. You will wait. Make way for Lord Thrall, you fool, Egan growled without slowing, the guard's eyes fixed on the armbands. What? Still not slowing, Egan backhanded the man, knocking him aside. The guard toppled off the landing. Two of the others jumped off to get out of the way, and the other three opened the door, backing through. Richard winced. He had told them all, even Gratch, that he didn't want anyone hurt unless it was necessary. He worried about what each of them might imagine was necessary. Inside, soldiers, having heard the commotion outside, rushed toward them from halls dimly lit with a few lamps. Seeing Ulick and Egan and the gold bands above their elbows, they didn't draw weapons, but they didn't look to be far from doing so. A menacing growl from Gratch slowed them. The sight of the moored Sith in their red leather stopped them. "General Rybish," was all Ulick said. A few of the men moved forward. "Lord Thrall to see General Rybish," Egan said with quiet authority. "Where is he?" Suspicious, the men stared but didn't speak. A husky officer on the right, fists on his hips and a glare on his pock-marked face, pushed through his men. "What's this about?" He took an aggressive step forward, one too many, and lifted a threatening finger toward them. In a blink, Raina had her Aegil on his shoulder, dropping him to his knees. She canted it up, pressing the tip into the nerve at the side of his neck. His shriek echoed through the halls. The rest of the men flinched back. "You answer questions," Raina said in the unmistakable, smoldering tone of a moored Sith in complete control. "You don't ask them." The man's whole body convulsed as he screamed. Raina leaned toward him, her red leather creaking. "I grant you but one more chance. Where is General Rybish?" His arm jerked up, waggling uncontrollably, but still managing to point in the general direction of the central of three halls. "Door. End. Hall." Raina withdrew her Aegil. "Thank you." The man collapsed like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Richard didn't spare any of his concentration to wince in sympathy. As much pain as an Aegil could give, Raina hadn't used it to kill. He would recover. But the other men stared wide-eyed as he writhed in the lingering agony. "Bow to the Master Rahl," she hissed. "All of you." "Master Rahl?" one panicked voice asked. Hallie lifted a hand toward Richard. "Master Rahl." The men stared in consternation. Raina snapped her fingers and pointed at the floor. They dropped to their knees. Before they had time to think, Richard and his company were off down the hall, their boot strikes on the wide planked wood floor reverberating off the walls. Some of the men, drawing swords, followed. At the end of the hall, Ulick flung open the door to a large, high-ceilinged room that had been stripped of decoration. Here and there, hints of the former blue color scheme showed through the utilitarian whitewash. Gratch, bringing up the rear, had to bend to fit through the doorway. Richard ignored the worry in his gut that they were sliding down into a viper pit. Inside the room, they were greeted by 3 formidable ranks of Daharan soldiers, all with battle axes or swords to hand. It was a solid wall of grim faces, muscle and steel. Behind the soldiers was a long table before a wall of unadorned windows, looking out on a snowy courtyard. Above the far courtyard wall, Richard could see the spires of the Confessor's Palace, and above it, on the mountain, the Wizard's Keep. A row of austere-looking men sat behind the table watching the intruders. On their upper arms, partially veiled by sleeves of chainmail, were neat scars that Richard presumed denoted rank. The row of men certainly had the demeanor of officers. Their eyes shined with confidence and indignation. The man in the center tipped his chair back and folded his muscular arms with more scars than the others. His curly, rust-colored beard covered part of an old white scar that ran from his left temple to his jaw. His heavy eyebrows drew down with displeasure. Hallie glared at the soldiers. "We are here to see General Rybish. Move out of our way or be moved." The captain of the guards reached for him. "You will." Hallie clouted the side of his skull with an armor-backed glove. Egan swept his elbow up to slash the captain's shoulder. In mid-recoil, Egan snatched the captain by the hair, bent his neck back over a knee, and gripped his windpipe. "If you wish to die, speak." The captain pressed his lips together so hard they turned white. Angry curses rose from the other men as they pressed forward. Aegil rose in warning. "Let him through," the bearded man behind the table said. The men moved back, allowing only enough room for them to squeeze through. The women to each side brandished their Aegil, and the soldiers yielded more room. Egan dropped the captain. He knelt on his good arm and knees as he coughed and gasped for his breath. Behind, the doorway and hall beyond filled with more men, all armed. The man with the rust-colored beard let the front legs of his chair thump down. He folded his hands atop a scattering of papers between stacks laid out neatly to each side. "What's your business?" Hallie stepped forward between Ulick and Egan. "You are General Reibisch?" The bearded man nodded. Hallie inclined her head to him. It was a slight bow. Richard had never seen a Mord Sith grant more, even to a queen. "We bring a message from Commander General Trimac of the First File. Darken Ral is dead, and his spirit has been banished to the underworld by the new Master Ral." He lifted an eyebrow. "Is that so?" She drew the scroll from its pouch and handed it to him. He inspected the seal briefly before breaking it with a thumb. He tipped his chair back once more while he unfurled the letter, and his grayish-green eyes flicked from side to side as he read. At last, he let the chair thump down again. "And it took all of you to bring me a message?" Hallie planted her armored knuckles on the table and leaned toward him. "We bring you not only the message, General Reibisch. We also bring you Lord Ral." "Is that so? And where is this Lord Ral of yours?" Hallie flashed her best Mord Sith expression, looking as if she didn't expect to be asked again. "He stands before you now." Reibisch glanced past her to the company of strangers, his eyes momentarily taking in the Gar. Hallie straightened, holding her arm out toward Richard. "May I present Lord Ral, the Master of Dahara and all its people?" Men whispered, passing her words back to those in the hall. Puzzled, General Reibisch gestured toward the women. "One of you is claiming to be Lord Ral?" "Don't be a fool," Kara said. She held a hand out toward Richard. "This is Lord Ral." The general's brow drew together in a scowl. "I don't know what kind of game this is, but my patience is just about—" Richard pushed back the hood of his Mriswith cape and let his concentration relax. Before the eyes of the general and all his men, Richard appeared to materialize out of the air. Soldiers all around gasped. Some fell back. Some dropped to their knees in deep bows. "I," Richard said in a quiet voice, "am Lord Ral." There was a moment of dead silence, and then General Reibisch burst into laughter as he slapped a hand to the table. He threw his head back and roared. Some of the men snickered with him, but by the way their eyes moved, it was clear they didn't know why they were joining in, only that they thought it best they did. His laughter dying out, General Reibisch rose to his feet. "Quite a trick, young man. But I've seen a lot of tricks since I've been stationed in Aidendrill. Why, I one day had a man entertain me by having birds fly out of his trousers." The scowl returned. "For a moment, I almost believed you. But a trick doesn't make you Lord Ral. Maybe in Trimac's eyes, but not in mine. I don't bow down to street-corner magicians." Richard stood stone still, the focus of all eyes, while he frantically tried to think of what to do next. He hadn't expected laughter. He couldn't think of any other magic he could use. And this man didn't seem to know real magic from a trick anyway. Unable to come up with a better idea at the moment, Richard sought to at least make his voice sound confident. "I am Richard Ral, son of Darken Ral. He is dead. I am now Lord Ral. If you wish to continue to serve in your post, you will bow down and recognize me. If not, then I will replace you." Chuckling once more, General Reibisch hooked a thumb behind his belt. "Perform another trick, and if I judge it worthy, I'll give you and your troop a coin before I send you on your way. I'm inclined to give you one for your temerity, if nothing else." The soldiers moved closer, the mood shifting with them to an edge of menace. "Lord Ral does not do tricks," Hallie snapped. Reibisch put his meaty hands on the table as he leaned toward her. "Your outfits are quite convincing, but you shouldn't play at being a Mord Sith, young lady. If one of them ever got their hands on you, she would not take kindly to your pretense. They take their profession seriously." Hallie drove her Aegil down on his hand. With a shriek, General Reibisch leapt back, his face a picture of shock. He pulled a knife. Gratch's growl rattled the window panes. His green eyes glowed as he bared his fangs. His wings spread with a snap like sails in a gale. Men backed away, cocking arms holding weapons. Inwardly, Richard groaned. Things were rapidly spinning out of control. He wished he had done a better job of thinking this through, but he had been sure that appearing invisible would awe the Daharans into believing. He should have at least given thought to an escape plan. He didn't know how they were going to get out of the building alive. Even if they managed, it might be at great cost. It could be a bloodbath. He didn't want that. He had only started into this master-all business to prevent people from being hurt, not to cause it. Shouts rose around him. Almost before he realized what he was doing, Richard drew his sword. The unique ring of steel filled the room. The sword's magic surged into him, rising to his defense, inundating him with its fury. It was like being hit by a furnace blast that burned to the bone. He knew the feeling well and urged it onward. There was no choice. Storms of rage erupted within. He let the spirits of those who had used the magic before soar with him on the winds of wrath. Rybish slashed the air with his knife. "Kill the frauds!" As the general leapt over the table toward Richard, the room suddenly resounded with a peal of thundering noise. Shards of glass filled the air, refracting light in glittering flashes. Richard ducked into a crouch as Gratch bounded over him. Pieces of window mullions spiraled over their heads. Officers behind the table pitched forward, many cut by the glass. Dumbfounded, Richard realized the windows were exploding inward. Blurs of color streaked through the rain of glass. Shadows and light in midair crashed to ground. Startled through the sword's rage, Richard felt them. Mriswith. They became solid as they hit the floor. The room burst into battle. Richard saw flashes of red, streaks of fur, and sweeping arcs of steel. An officer smashed face first atop the table, blood splashing across papers. Ulick heaved 2 men back. Egan hurled another 2 over the table. Richard ignored the tumult around him as he seized the calm center within. The cacophony faded away as he touched cold steel to his forehead, silently beseeching his blade to be true this day. He saw only the Mriswith, felt only them. With every fiber of his being, he wanted nothing else. The closest sprang up, its back to him. With a scream of fury, Richard unleashed the wrath of the sword of truth. The tip whistled as it came around. The blade found its mark. The magic had its taste of blood. Headless, the Mriswith collapsed, its 3-bladed knives clattering across the floor. Richard whirled to the lizard-like creature at his other side. Hallie leapt between them into his way. Still turning, he used his momentum to shoulder her aside as he swept his sword around, cleaving the second Mriswith before the head of the first had hit the ground. Reeking blood misted the air. Richard spun ahead. In the grip of fury, he was one with the blade, with its spirits, with its magic. He was, as the ancient prophecies in High Daharan had named him, as he had named himself, Fuergrisa os Drauka, the bringer of death. Anything less would mean his friends' deaths, but he was beyond reasoned thought. He was lost in need. Though the third Mriswith was dark brown, the color of the leather, Richard still picked it out as it darted through the men. With a mighty thrust, he drove his sword home between its shoulder blades. The Mriswith's death howl shuddered in the air. Men froze at the sound, and the room fell silent. Grunting with effort and with rage, Richard heaved the Mriswith aside. The lifeless carcass slid off the blade and across the floor, slamming into a table leg. The leg snapped, and the corner of the table collapsed under a flutter of papers. Teeth gritted, Richard swept his sword back around to the man standing just beyond where the Mriswith had been a moment before. The point halted at his throat, rock-steady and dripping blood. The magic raged out of control, craving for more in its hunger to eliminate the threat. The Seeker's deadly glare met General Rybish's eyes. Those eyes saw for the first time who stood before him. The magic dancing in Richard's eyes was unmistakable. To see it was to see the sun, to feel its heat, to know it without question. No one made a sound, but even if they had, Richard wouldn't have heard it. His entire focus was on the man at the point of his sword, at the point of his vengeance. Richard had leapt headlong over the edge of lethal commitment into a cauldron of seething magic, and returning was an agonizing struggle. General Rybish went to his knees and gazed up the length of the blade into Richard's hawk-like glare. His voice filled the ringing silence. "Master all guide us. Master all teach us. Master all protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours." They weren't false words to save his own life. They were the reverent words of a man who had seen something he truly hadn't expected. Richard had chanted those same words countless times at devotions. For 2 hours each morning and afternoon, everyone at the People's Palace in Dahara went to a devotion square when the bell tolled, and bowing forehead to the ground, chanted those same words. Richard, as commanded, had said those same words the first time he had met Darken Ral. Looking down at the general now and hearing those same words, Richard was repulsed, and yet another part of him was relieved at the same time.
Lord Ral, Rybish whispered, you saved my life. You saved all our lives. Thank you.
Richard knew that if he were to try to use the sword of truth against him now, it wouldn't touch his flesh. In his heart, Richard knew this man was no longer a threat or his enemy. The sword, unless he turned it white and used the love and forgiveness of the magic, couldn't harm anyone who was not a threat. The wrath, though, responded not to reason, and denying it the attempt was agony. Richard finally exerted his dominion over the rage and drove the sword of truth into its scabbard, driving back the magic, the anger at the same time. It had ended as swiftly as it had begun. To Richard, it almost seemed an unexpected dream, a twitch of violence, and it was over. Across the sloping tabletop lay a dead officer, his blood running down the incline of polished wood. Glass littered the floor, along with scattered papers and stinking mryswith blood. The room full of soldiers and those in the hall were on their knees. Their eyes, too, had seen the unequivocal.
Is everyone else all right? Richard realized his voice was hoarse from screaming. Is anyone else hurt?
Silence echoed in the room. A few of the men were nursing injuries that looked painful but not life-threatening. Ulick and Egan, both panting, both with their swords still in their scabbards, both with bloody knuckles, were standing among the men on their knees. They had been at the People's Palace. Their eyes had already seen. Gratch folded his wings and grinned. At least there was one, Richard thought, who was bonded through friendship. 4 dead mryswith lay sprawled on the floor. Gratch had killed 1 and Richard 3, fortunately before they were able to kill anyone else. It could have easily been much worse. Kara drew a hank of hair back from her face, while Berdine brushed glass fragments off her head, and Raina released her grip on a soldier's arm, letting him slump forward to catch his breath. Richard glanced past the severed torso of a mryswith on the floor. Hallie, her red leather standing out in sharp contrast to her blonde hair, stood stooped with her arms folded across her abdomen. Her aegil dangled from its chain at her wrist. Her face was ashen. As Richard looked down, a tingle of icy dread flushed across his flesh. Her red leather had hidden what he now saw. She was standing in a pool of blood. Her blood. He vaulted the mryswith and caught her in his arms.
Hallie!
Richard took up her weight and lowered her to the floor.
Dear spirits, what happened?
Before the words were out of his mouth, he knew. That was the way mryswith killed. The other 3 women were there, kneeling behind him as he put her head in his lap. Gratch squatted beside him, her blue eyes fixed on his.
Lord Ral.
Oh, Hallie, I'm so sorry. I should never have let you...
No, listen. I was foolishly distracted, and he was quick. But still, as he slashed me, I captured his magic. For an instant before you killed him, it was mine.
If magic was used against them, Mord Sith could take control of it, leaving an opponent helpless. That was how Denna had captured him.
Oh, Hallie, I'm so sorry. I wasn't fast enough.
It was the gift.
What?
His magic was as yours. The gift.
His hand stroked her cold brow, forcing him to keep his eyes on hers and not look down. The gift? Thank you for the warning, Hallie. I'm in your debt. She gripped his shirt with a bloody hand.
Thank you, Lord Ral, for my freedom.
She struggled to take a shallow breath.
As brief as it was worth the price.
She looked to her sisters of the aegil.
Protect him.
With a sickening wheeze, the air left her lungs for the last time. Her sightless eyes stared up at him. Richard drew her limp body to himself as he wept, a despairing response at being powerless to undo what had happened. Gratch put a claw tenderly to her back, and Kara a hand to his. I didn't want any of you to die. Dear spirits, I didn't. Raina squeezed his shoulder.
We know, Lord Ral. That is why we must protect you.
Richard gently laid Hallie to the floor. bending over her, not wanting the others to see the ghastly wound she had taken. A searching glance revealed a Mryswith cape close by. He turned to a nearby soldier instead. "Give me your cloak." The man yanked his cloak off as if it were on fire. Richard closed Hallie's eyes and then covered her with the cloak as he fought back the urge to be sick. "We'll give her a proper Daharan funeral, Lord Rahl." General Rybish, standing beside him, gestured toward the table. "Along with Edwards." Richard squeezed his eyes closed and said a prayer to the good spirits to watch over Hallie's spirit, and then he stood. "After the devotion." The general squinted one eye. "Lord Rahl?" "She fought for me. She died trying to protect me. Before she's put to rest, I want her spirit to see that it was to a purpose. This afternoon, after the devotion, Hallie and your man will be put to rest." Kara leaned close and whispered, "Lord Rahl, full devotions are done in Dahara, but not in the field. In the field, one reflection, as General Rybish has done, is customary." General Rybish nodded apologetically. Richard's gaze swept the room. All eyes were on him. Beyond the faces, splashes of Mryswith blood stained the whitewash. He brought his steely gaze back to the general. "I don't care what you have done in the past. This day there will be a full devotion here in Aidendrill. Tomorrow you may go back to the custom. Today, all Daharans in and around the city will do a full devotion." The general's fingers fidgeted at his beard. "Lord Rahl, there are a great many troops in the area. They must all be notified and—" "I'm not interested in excuses, General Rybish. A difficult path lies ahead. If you cannot accomplish this task, then do not expect me to have faith that you can accomplish the rest." General Rybish cast a quick look over his shoulder at the officers, as if to say he was about to give his word and commit them to it as well. He turned back to Richard and clapped a fist over his heart. "On my word as a soldier in the service of Dahara, the steel against steel, it will be as Lord Rahl commands. This afternoon, all Daharans will be honored to do a full devotion to the new Master Rahl." The general glanced at the Mryswith under the corner of the table. "I've never heard of a Master Rahl fighting steel against steel beside his men. It was as if the spirits themselves guided your hand." He cleared his throat. "If I may, Lord Rahl, may I ask what difficult path it is that lies ahead?" Richard studied the man's scarred face. "I am a war wizard. I fight with everything I have, magic and steel." "And my question, Lord Rahl?" "I just answered your question, General Rybish." A slight smile tightened the corner of the general's mouth. Involuntarily, Richard glanced down at Hallie. The cloak couldn't cover everything that had been rent from her. Kaelin would have even less of a chance against a Mryswith. Again, he thought he might be sick. "Know that she died in the way she wished, Lord Rahl," Kara said in soft condolence. "As Mord Sith." In his mind's eye, he tried to picture the smile he had known for only a few hours. He could not. His mind would show him only the horrific wound he had seen for but a few seconds. Richard tightened his fists against the nausea and turned a glare on the three remaining Mord Sith. "By the spirits, I intend to see you all die in bed, toothless and old. Get used to the idea." Chapter 10. Tobias Brogan knuckled his mustache as he glanced out of the corner of his eye at Lunetta. When she returned the slightest of nods, his mouth twisted with a sour expression. His rare good mood had evaporated. The man was telling the truth. Lunetta didn't make mistakes about this kind of thing, yet Brogan knew it wasn't the truth. He knew better. He redirected his gaze to the man standing before him on the other side of a table long enough to banquet 70 people, and willed a polite smile to his lips. "Thank you. You have been a great help." The man peered suspiciously at the soldiers in polished armor to each side of him. "That's all you want to know? You have me dragged all the way over here just to ask me what everyone knows? I could have told your men if they would have asked." Brogan forced himself to hold the smile. "I apologize for the inconvenience. You have been of service to the Creator and to me." The smile escaped his control. "You may go." The man didn't miss the look in Brogan's eyes. He bobbed a bow and scurried for the door. Brogan tapped the side of his thumb on the case at his belt and glanced impatiently to Lunetta. "Are you sure?" Lunetta, in her element, returned a serene gaze. "He be telling the truth, Lord General, as were the others."
She knew her craft, filthy as it was, and when practicing it was enveloped with a confident air. It annoyed him. He slammed a fist to the table. "It not be the truth!" He could almost see the keeper in her placid eyes as she watched him. "I not say it be the truth, Lord General, only that he be telling what he believes to be the truth." Tobias harumphed. He knew the truth of that. He hadn't spent his life hunting evil without learning some of its tricks. He knew magic. The quarry was so close he could almost smell it. The late afternoon sun spilled through a slit in the heavy gold drapes, splashing a glowing line of light across a gilded chair leg, the ornate royal blue flowered carpet, and up over the corner of the long, lustrous tabletop. The midday meal had long ago been put in abeyance while he pressed on, and yet he was no further along the path than when he had started. Frustration gnawed in his gut. Galtero usually displayed a talent for bringing in witnesses who could provide proper information, but so far this lot had proved useless. He wondered what Galtero had found out. The city was in turmoil over something, and Tobias Brogan didn't like it when people were in an uproar, unless he and his men were the cause. Turmoil could be a powerful weapon, but he didn't like unknowns. Surely Galtero must have returned long ago. Tobias leaned back in his diamond-tufted leather chair and addressed one of the crimson-caped soldiers guarding the door. "Ettore, is Galtero back yet?" "No, Lord General." Ettore was young and anxious to make his mark against evil, but he was a good man, shrewd, loyal, and not afraid to be ruthless when dealing with the Keeper's own. One day he would be among the best of the Baneling hunters. Tobias knuckled his aching back. "How many more witnesses do we have?" "2, Lord General." He wound his hand impatiently. "Bring in the next, then." While Ettore slipped through the door, Tobias squinted past the slash of sunlight to his sister standing against the wall. "You were sure, Lunetta, weren't you?" She stared as she clutched her tattered rags to herself. "Yes, Lord General." He sighed as the door opened and the guard let in a thin woman who didn't look to be any too happy. Tobias put on his most polite smile. A wise hunter didn't let his quarry catch a glimpse of fangs. The woman jerked her elbow from Ettore's grip. "What's this about? I was taken against my will and have been locked in a room all day. What right have you to take a person against their will?" Tobias smiled apologetically. "There must be some misunderstanding. I am sorry. You see, we only wanted to ask a few questions of people who we judged to be reliable. Why, most of the people on the street wouldn't know up from down. You seemed an intelligent woman, that's all, and..." She leaned over the table toward him. "And so you locked me in a room? Is that what the blood of the fold does to people they judge reliable? From what I hear, the blood doesn't bother with questions. They simply act on rumor, as long as it results in a fresh grave." Brogan could feel his cheek twitch, but he held the smile. "You hear wrong, madam. The blood of the fold only be interested in the truth. We serve the Creator and his will no less than a woman of your character. Now, would you mind answering a few questions? And then we will see you safely home." "See me home now. This is a free city. No palace has the right to drag people in to question them, not an Aiden drill. I've no obligation to answer any of your questions." Brogan widened his smile as he forced a small shrug. "Quite right, madam. We've no right at all, and didn't mean to imply one. We are only seeking the assistance of honest, humble folk. If you would simply help us get to the bottom of a few simple matters, you could be on your way with our heartfelt appreciation." She scowled a moment, and then rolled her bony shoulders to straighten her wool shawl. "If it will get me back home, then get on with it. What do you want to know?" Tobias rearranged himself in his chair so as to cover a quick glance at Lunetta to make sure she was paying attention. "You see, madam, the Midlands has been torn asunder by war since spring last, and we seek to know if the Keeper's minions have a hand in the strife now shadowing the lands. Have any of the council members spoken against the Creator? They're dead." "Yes, I've heard that. But the blood of the fold doesn't put stock in rumor. We must have solid evidence, such as the word of a witness. Last night I saw their bodies in the council chambers." "Is that so?" "Well, that is powerful evidence. At last we hear the truth from an honorable person who was a witness. You see, you are already of assistance. Who killed them?" "I didn't see the killing done." "Did you ever hear any counselor preach against the Creator's peace?"
They railed against the peace of the Midland Alliance, and as far as I'm concerned, that's the same thing, though they didn't put it in those terms. They tried to make it seem as if black were white and white black. Tobias lifted an eyebrow, trying to act interested.
Those who serve the keeper use such tactics, trying to make you think doing evil be right.
He lifted his hand in a vague gesture.
Was there any land in particular that wished to break the peace of the alliance? The woman stood with her back straight and stiff as she looked down her nose at him. They all, including yours, seemed equally ready to cast the world into slavery under the imperial order. Slavery? I have heard that the imperial order seeks only to unite the lands and bring man to his rightful place in the world under the guidance of the Creator.
Then you heard wrong.
They seek only to hear whatever lie suits their purpose, and their purpose is conquest and domination. I've not heard that side of it. This be valuable news. He leaned back in his chair, crossed one leg over the other, and folded his hands in his lap. And while all this plotting and insurrection was taking place in the council chambers, where was the mother confessor? She faltered for an instant. Away on confessor business? I see. But did she return? Yes. And when she came back, did she try to stop this insurrection? Did she try to hold the Midlands together? The woman's eyes narrowed. Of course she did, and you know what they did to her for it. Don't pretend you don't. A casual glance in the direction of the window showed Lunetta's eyes focused on the woman. Well, I've heard every sort of rumor. If you saw the events with your own eyes, then it would be powerful evidence. Did you witness any of these events, madam? I saw the mother confessor's execution, if that's what you mean. Tobias leaned forward on his elbows and steepled his fingers. Yes, that was what I feared. And she is dead, then? Her nostrils flared. Why are you so interested in the details? Tobias widened his eyes. Madam, the Midlands has been united under the confessors and a mother confessor for 3,000 years. We have all prospered and had a good deal of peace under Aidendrill's rule. When the war with Dahara started up after the boundary went down, I feared for the Midlands. Then why didn't you come to our aid? Though I wished to lend my aid, the king forbade the blood of the fold from interfering. I objected, of course, but he was, after all, our king. Nicobarese suffered under his rule. As it turns out, he had darker intentions for our people, and apparently, as you have said, his counselors were ready to cast us into slavery. Once the king was exposed for what he truly was, a baneling, and paid the price, I at once brought our men across the mountains to Aidendrill, to place them at the disposal of the Midlands, the council, and the mother confessor. When I arrive, what do I find? But Daharan troops everywhere, yet they are said to no longer be at war with us. I hear the imperial order has come to the rescue of the Midlands. On my journey and since my arrival, I have heard all sorts of rumors. That the Midlands has fallen, that the Midlands is rallying, that the councillors are dead, that they are alive and in hiding, that the Keltons seized control of the Midlands, that the Daharans have, that the imperial order has, that the confessors are all dead, that the wizards are all dead, that the mother confessor is dead, that all of them are alive. What am I to believe? If the mother confessor were alive, we could help her, protect her. We are a poor land, but we wish to be of aid to the Midlands if we can. Her shoulders relaxed a bit. Some of what you've heard is true. In the war with Dahara, all the confessors except the mother confessor were killed. The wizards died too. Since then, Dark and Rahl died, and the Daharans threw their lot in with the imperial order, as did Kelton among others. The mother confessor returned and tried to hold the Midlands together. For her trouble, the seditious pretenders to the council had her executed. He shook his head. This is sad news. I had hoped the rumor's false. We need her. Brogan wet his tongue. You're quite sure she was killed in the execution? Perhaps you're mistaken. She is, after all, a creature of magic. She might have escaped in a confusion of smoke or some such. Perhaps she still lives. The woman fixed a glare on him. The mother confessor is dead. But I have heard rumors that she was seen alive across the Kern River. Idle rumors of fools. She is dead. I myself saw her beheaded. Brogan stroked a finger across the smooth scar at the side of his mouth as he watched the woman. I also heard a report that she had fled in the other direction to the southwest. Surely there is hope. Not true. I will say it for the last time. I saw her beheaded. She did not escape. The mother confessor is dead. If you wish to be of aid to the Midlands, then you will do what you can to join the Midlands together once more. Tobias studied her grim face for a moment. Yes, you're quite right. This is all very troubling news, but it'd be good at last to have a reliable witness to shed light on the truth. I thank you, madam. You have been more help than you can know. I will see what I can do to put my troops to the best advantage. The best advantage would be to help expunge the Imperial Order from Aidendril and then the Midlands. You think them so wicked? She lifted her bandaged hands toward him. They tore off my fingernails to make me speak lies. How ghastly. And what lies did they wish you to speak? That black was white and white black, as do the blood. Brogan smiled, feigning amusement at her wit. You have been a great help, madam. You're loyal to the Midlands, and for that you have my gratitude. But I am sorry you feel the way you do about the blood of the fold. Perhaps you, too, shouldn't listen to rumors. They be only that. I don't want to inconvenience you any longer. Good day. She upbraided him with a fiery scowl before storming off. Under other circumstances, her reluctance to be forthright would have cost her much more than her fingernails, but Brogan had pursued dangerous quarry before, and he knew that discretion now would reward him later. The prize was worth enduring her mocking tone. Even without her cooperation, he had gotten something very valuable from her this day, something she didn't know she had given, and that was his design, that the hunted wouldn't know he had picked up the scent. Tobias allowed himself at last to meet Lunetta's gleaming gaze. She tells lies, my Lord General. She tells mostly the truth, to mask them, but she tells lies. Galtero had indeed brought him a treasure. Tobias leaned forward. He wanted to hear Lunetta say it, to hear her voice his suspicions aloud, to put the confirmation of her talent to it. Which be lies? Two be lies she guards like the royal treasury. He smacked his lips. Which two? Lunetta smiled a sly smile. First, she be lying when she said that the mother confessor be dead. Tobias slapped a hand to the table. I knew it! When she said it, I knew it be a lie. He closed his eyes and swallowed as he offered a prayer to the Creator. And the other? She be lying when she said that the mother confessor did not flee. She knows that the mother confessor be alive and that she ran to the southwest. All the rest, she told, be true. Tobias's good mood was back. He rubbed his hands together, feeling the warmth it brought. The hunter's luck was with him. He had the scent. Did you hear what I said, Lord General? What? Yes, I heard you. She's alive and to the southwest. You did well, Lunetta. The Creator will be pleased with you when I tell him of your aid. I mean about how all the rest be the truth. He frowned. What are you talking about? Lunetta drew her scraps of cloth up tight. She said that the Council of Dead Men be made up of seditious pretenders. True. That the Imperial Order seeks only to hear whatever lies suit their purpose, and their purpose be conquest and domination. True. That they tore off her fingernails to make her speak lies. True. That the blood acts on rumor as long as the result be a fresh grave. True. Brogan shot to his feet. The blood of the fold fights evil. How dare you suggest otherwise, you filthy Stryganicha? She winced as she bit her lower lip. I do not say it be the truth, Lord General, only that it be the truth as she sees it. He tugged his sash straight. He didn't want to spoil his triumph with Lunetta's prattle. She sees it wrong, and you know it. He thrust a finger at her. I've spent more time than you've a right to, more time than you be worth, to see that you understand the nature of good and evil. Lunetta stared at the floor. Yes, my Lord General, you have spent more time than I be worth, forgive me. They be her words, not mine. Brogan finally withdrew his glare and took the case from his belt. He set it down, giving it a nudge with a thumb to make it straight with the edge of the table as he sat once more. He put Lunetta's insolence from his mind as he contemplated his next move. He was about to call for dinner when he remembered that there was one more witness waiting. He had found what he had sought. There was no need for further questioning, but it was always wise to be thorough. Ettore, bring in the next witness. Brogan stared at Lunetta as she faded back against the wall. She had done well, but then she had spoiled it by provoking him. Though he knew it was the evil in her that bubbled up whenever she did right, it galled him that she didn't try harder to suppress its influence. Maybe he had been too kind to her of late. In a weak moment wanting to share his joy, he had given her a pretty. Perhaps she took that to mean that he would let her get away with insolence. He would not. Tobias ordered himself in his chair and folded his hands on the table, thinking again about his triumph, thinking about the prize of prizes. There was no need to force a smile this time. He was a bit startled to look up and see a young girl glide into the room ahead of the two guards. The old coat she wore dragged the ground. Behind the girl, between the guards, a squat old woman in a tattered wrap of brown blanket limped along with a rolling gait. When the group came to a halt before the table, the girl smiled at him.
You've a very nice warm home, my lord. We've enjoyed our day here. May we return your hospitality?
The old woman added a smile of her own. I'm pleased you have had a chance to get warm and would be grateful if you and your... He lifted a questioning eyebrow.
Grandmama,
the girl said. Yes, Grandmama. I would be grateful if you and your Grandmama would answer a few questions, that's all.
Ah, the old woman said. Questions, is it? Questions can be dangerous, my lord.
Dangerous? Tobias rubbed two fingers over the furrows on his forehead. I seek only the truth, madam. If you answer honestly, no harm will come to you. You have my word. She grinned, showing the gaps where teeth were missing.
I meant for you, my lord.
She cackled softly to herself, then leaned toward him with a grim expression.
You might not like the answers or pay heed to them.
Tobias waved off her concern. You let me worry about that.